housemate back during business school was Korean descent, but grew up in France. And super strong French accent. And folks were so confused when they first meet him, especially here in Singapore. Right?
We have an expectations of that.
Exactly.
So we'll start in 1 minute. Take a seat, and we'll start.
You guys want water?
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Thanks. Why not we just take a chat? Yeah, if we can. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh man.
Thank you.
You're awesome. Oh, yeah.
It's fine. It may block our face. So.
Oh, that's
Funding society is too fast.
it's a startup way.
Did Henry do what's the proportion of cash and not that many. Not that many.
Okay, I think no. Let's start. Let's start because we have an audience, and the objective today is to really hear from those two great entrepreneurs, and for you to learn from them and what they've been through. So let me start with the introductions. So I have the chance to have Kelvin Teo, co-founder of Funding Societies, and Arvind Singh, CEO of Hula. So for today, we'll try to address 4 different topics. The first one, let's just learn about them, so about themselves, their profile, their company, what they do. And then I would be really interested to know more about how they started their company, because you usually have to start somewhere, how they grew the company, and after that, any advice they would have for people who would like to be an entrepreneur or are already entrepreneurs. As for me, I'm a co-founder of CFT. We're a global fintech education platform in London and Singapore. I've also been an entrepreneur, actually. I was an entrepreneur, banker, academic entrepreneur, and I actually started just after my studies. So I don't know if there's a theme behind that. But so first, let's start about yourself and the company. So first, Kelvin, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us what does your company do?
Hi, I'm Calvin. I'm the co-founder of Funding Societies Modalku. We're the largest SME financing platform in Southeast Asia with the mission of really empowering small, medium businesses because we believe that all of them deserve a fair chance. So we started off with financing in Singapore, and then over the last 7 years, we've expanded into 5 countries in Southeast Asia: Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, and really are building a credit-led SME financial services platform in Southeast Asia. So in the last 7 years, we've raised about $200 million in equity, with the last round being led by Vision Fund and Sequoia Capital in February.
Thanks a lot. And what did you do before entrepreneurship?
So I started my career. Interesting that I'm being invited for the student to entrepreneurship track, because we actually started a company while we were in school during masters. So before starting the company, I started my career with Accenture, so to learn about IT. Before moving on to McKinsey, where I did a bank transformation. KKR for private equity, and then Harvard Business School, and that's where I started the company with my co-founder Reynald Wijaya.
Great, thanks a lot. What about you, Arvind?
Excellent, thanks, Hui. My name is Arvind, co-founder at Hula, Southeast Asia's first buy now, pay later solution provider. We were acquired last year by Shopback in December 2021, and now part of the Shopback group. And the solution has now been fully embedded into Shopback's mobile app, so you can pay later while using Shopback. So do give it a try. It's easier to do with a consumer app. So Hula or Shopback Pay Later is a solution that lets you buy the things you want and need today while allowing you to pay for it over the course of multiple installments over time with no interest or fees to the shopper. So we work with merchants and retailers to make the solution available, and our business model runs on charging the retailers a fee for that.
And what did you do before entrepreneurship?
Okay, so I started my career actually in telco. I'm Canadian, so it was in the Canadian market with one of the large telco businesses there. My last role in telco was actually in mobile payments, and it was long enough ago that we were looking at doing mobile payments attached to a SIM card rather than anything cloud-based. So it's a very hardware-driven type of solution. After that, I left. I came to Singapore to do my MBA at INSEAD. met a lot of really interesting entrepreneurs during that time, and then went further into the payments industry. So spent a couple years at WorldPay. They've got a booth over there. They're a payment gateway acquiring business, now part of FIS. And then I spent a couple years at Visa after that. So got to see payments, I think, from multiple angles, multiple lenses, as a merchant, as an acquiring payment gateway business, as a card issuing type of business with Visa, and then use that type of experience to then subsequently start Hula.
Great, thanks a lot. Let's make this a very interactive discussion. So if you have any questions, no, don't hesitate at all. Even very hard questions, no, they're entrepreneurs, so they don't care. So let's continue. Why did you start? Kelvin, why did you start to be an entrepreneur?
So I think a lot of people always talk about entrepreneurship as an epiphany, right? That whole I wake up, I wanted to solve this problem and I do it, right? Frankly, Renaud and I, when we started a company or went to Harvard Business School, we just wanted to party for 2 years. It's a pretty good, legit 2 years and you enjoy your life, and grand scheme of things, 2 years doesn't mean a lot and you get a degree, right? It's a pretty good deal, frankly. But when we were there, we were very inspired by how so we went to a talk by Peter Thiel, and at that time it was 2014, right? And what he said was that Asia does not need innovation. Asia just needs execution, because Asia is so far behind in terms of innovation. And remember, there was a time when we have a lot of clones of startups, right? That, hey, this is the US, or this is the so and XYZ company of Southeast Asia from US, so and so. So you just clone the US model, bring it to Southeast Asia, and that was the time in 2014. So because of that, Renaud and I were quite upset, right? So hey, if this is the case, but frankly, it was true. So we decided that, hey, now that we're in a position of strength, let's bring things back from the US to Southeast Asia. So we evaluated the key innovative companies in US in the last 3 years and see which are the ones that A, we are passionate about, B, we ourselves as founders have a product, has a problem founder fit to have a path to be number one, and C is a big enough business, right? I don't want to start a small store, a small company, right? If you want to start a multi-billion-dollar company, right? So we evaluated that. SMEs really resonated with us because Renaud's family business almost died twice. First time because of the Asian financial crisis, and second time because the banks put back the credit line. So we feel a strong sense of resonance with SMEs and as underdogs. So we decided that, hey, let's help them out. If we can help them out, we can really uplift Southeast Asia. What's the biggest pain point? Financing, and that's where we started. Hence, we call ourselves funding societies. We want to fund the growth of societies in Southeast Asia.
Great, thanks a lot. And so, Arvin, was it also because you partied too much at school?
There's a little bit of that, if I'm honest. Not 2 years. It was a 10-month program, so it was an intense, concentrated partying, like multiple days in a row. No, it was the inspiration, actually. It was during business school. I met a few classmates who were entrepreneurs, had gone down that road, and it was great to hear their stories. Not all of them were success stories. It was just about how they made that transition and started that path of trying to build something. And I think that was really inspiring for me. Played around with a few courses during business school to see, is there a fit there? But immediately after, I think it was paying off some loans, getting myself a little bit more of an expertise in a specific area as well. And payments was something I really enjoyed and wanted to learn more about. So the next 3-4 years of doing that was probably the best thing. But I think a lot of what we were doing was on the side. So it was advisory work with some startups, startup bootcamp, fintech, Block 71 back in similar time frame was 2014 when I graduated as well, to really get into the startup ecosystem to see what problems were out there. And my co-founder and I, at least the co-founder that I initially started with, Stuart, we played around with a lot of ideas. So we knew that we wanted to build something, to start something together. But it wasn't clear what it was going to be. We had a lot of stupid ideas for at least a year and a half. So it took some time until we kind of discovered what it was that we wanted to do. And it was through some work that we were doing at the time. If you guys are familiar with a business called Klarna, they're kind of a global buy now, pay later business. When I was at WorldPay, I was selling that solution and got to see it a bit firsthand on how it could impact a business that was trying to, retailers that were trying to sell in Europe. So it was almost, you have to have it. As part of the mix. I really didn't get it, if I'm honest with you, because I grew up on a credit card as a way of paying. So it was very strange, and decided to dig into it a little bit more and to see what was there. And of course, we went down this path of speaking to a lot of retailers, sussing it out to see would they actually be willing to pay for this type of solution. We knew there could be scale across the region if some of the larger retailers were willing to do it. And once we got that validation, we decided that we needed to go build it.
Thanks a lot, Arvin. Any questions for both of them in terms of what they did before entrepreneurship? Anybody? Any questions? Yeah. Is there a mic by any chance that we could give? Don't do anything crazy. Let me give you my mic.
Hugh.
It's good.
Hi. So if you had to start over again, like what would you do differently and what would you do the same?
I would have done a lot of things differently, but frankly, I think hindsight-wise, it's always easy to say, right? I thought a few things that we did well, and we'll have repeated again. Is I think number one was that, frankly, when we evaluated the business, we were very disciplined in terms of what to look at in the three criteria that we just said, right? I thought that was really important: passion, scale, size, path to be number one. And a path to be number one is usually the ones that most people will miss out. Most people will miss out, hey, this is a great opportunity, but it's not a great opportunity for you because your neighbor can do it much better than you, right? So I thought that's extremely important. And frankly, SME financing wasn't the first business idea we had. We wanted to do the transfer wise of Southeast Asia, but we realized that to win that market, I need to have both legs, right? It's remittance, it's cross-border, and I only have one leg, so I can't win. If I can't win, why do it, right? So that was one thing that I thought we did really well. The number two things that I thought we did well was that we were really hungry in terms of reading up. So literally, we were finishing a book every other day because there are just so many things we don't know. Be it in terms of 0 to 1, in terms of the hard thing to hard things, like literally finish it quickly, because a lot of logical decisions that make sense at that point in time would turn out to be really foolish 2 years down the road, just because you can't foresee that happening. So those are two things that I thought has worked out pretty well for us.
I'll go on the flip side then on something we should have done differently, or maybe in hindsight could have been done better. When we first launched, it was in Singapore. We were based here, and we had pretty decent traction. We knew the retailers here from the work that we were doing for some years already in Singapore. So the network was pretty solid. When we launched a year later in Malaysia, with very little marketing, we had extremely good traction. And I think at that moment, it would have made a lot of sense for one of us to drop into Malaysia, one of the co-founders actually, to be that aggressive about it and actually spend time in that market, just really unlocking it a lot faster. And I think we could have accelerated the growth of the business a lot more if we had capitalized on that and recognized that early growth, basically zero marketing, and it was just the product resonated so well with shoppers in that market. So yeah, in hindsight, 2019, probably would have taken 6 months and just put myself into Malaysia and just go even harder in that market, because yeah, it would have helped us grow a lot faster, I think. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to go back to this part of starting, because starting the business is always the hardest. It seems to me that from both of you, you were quite methodical. You wanted to have kind of startup, and then you looked at a lot of different ideas. Is it really the case, Arvin?
Yeah, actually, I have a session at 2 o'clock over in the founders section, but I'll preview it, because that's basically what I talk about. Is there's a whole bunch of luck and chance and some things that need to fall into place to make it happen, but there's a lot of planning. And the session later is called Making the Leap from Corporate to Startup. But the whole point that I tried to make in that talk is that it's not a leap. It's not a momentary decision. It's a lot of planning. It's a lot of steps to be taken. It's conversations with my partner to make sure that we can afford that type of change in life. It's a lot of careful, considerate decision making to be done. And it took years before I really ended up starting a business. So yeah, it wasn't this momentary decision, but I would also say that along the way, you put yourself in good situations. You go out. I think Kelvin's mentioned that he was reading a lot. I was out networking a lot, meeting a lot of other founders, just to understand what they went through. Those all led to really interesting outcomes. They introduce you to an investor. They introduce you to somebody else. We were introduced to one of our future co-founders through one of those chance conversations, right? So somebody was supposed to join us in the team. He ended up dropping out because something else came up on the family front. He introduced us to somebody else who ended up becoming a co-founder for our business. So some of those chances, situations do happen as well along the way, but you have to put yourself in that situation to make it happen as well.
Thanks. And how was it for you, Calvin?
I think generally when we speak to like US founders and perhaps in the ones in Southeast Asia, I find that there's a bit of a romantic view that, hey, you just come up with an idea, you start a company, and you're successful, right? But frankly, if I just put things into perspective, 9 out of 10 startups will not work out. 9 out of 10 startups will not work out, which means that you're fighting a 10% chance of things working out. 10% chance of things working out. Wouldn't you want to maximize the 10% chance of that? And considering that your opportunity cost is going to be quite high, be it you are spending your 20s, or you're giving up a good career, or you're delaying family, like there is a very expensive opportunity cost there, so you want to maximize that. Therefore, the way to do it is to just be more and more systematic to the extent that you can reduce the risk, right? And that's why I noticed that a lot of founders are actually pretty avid poker players. It's not like we're taking reckless risks, we are taking calculated risk. It's just that, hey, usually people will show you the sexy part of it, right? Because reality is that when we first started the company, there were a lot of competitors. Now you may see us, but frankly, there were a lot of competitors that have over time died off, right? You don't see press release that we have just shut down the company. You just see them gradually fall away, right? And all of these founders have put in equal amount of hard work, passion, contribution to the company, and after 3-5 years, they may not get much more than if they have worked at a regular salaried job, or even get less than that, right? So this is there's the risk that you are taking, and therefore to maximize the chance, you want to be as systematic, as knowledgeable as possible in making that decision.
Thanks a lot. When you start a company, there are two things which are really important, which is usually co-founders and funding. For both of those, how did it go? And perhaps, Arvin, do you want to start? Any views on that?
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about co-founders because our journey to getting there was a bit complicated. So it was myself and Stuart as the initial founders of the business in the early days, and neither of us were technical in nature. So we've got great ideas and we want to go build something. We weren't really sure how to do it. So we, similar to, I think, the approach we took on the investor side was have a lot of conversations once we started to get some traction and be systematic about it, know who you're approaching, what they're interested in, what their portfolio looks like, what could make them invest and interested in your business, and getting that warm introduction. We took the same approach with co-founders, and we went out there and met a whole ton of people. We grilled them, interviewed harsh, looked at folks who were really interested in building something, but also people that we could work with very closely, because you're going to end up spending so much time with these folks over the next few years of your life. So we were really, really thorough about that approach, and thankfully we found two folks, both technical in nature, one who we had known previously, one who was new to us, and with the person who was new to us, Jason, he's based in Sydney. We flew to Australia, the three of us, and spent extensive amount of time with him, not just whiteboarding and planning and thinking and strategizing, but drinking and talking about family and getting to know each other on a really personal level as well, so that we really understood what each other was about. And I remember when we were in Sydney, we were on the beach, just chatting, having a drink, and we decided at that moment, we took that opportunity to actually discuss what our motivations were, what the end goal was for each of us, what we wanted to get out of the business in, say, 3-4 years. And I think that was a really important exercise, to be honest and open with each other on the end goal as well, so that we could make sure that we're all on the same page.
Thanks. Kelvin?
So founders and capital. When it comes to founders, I think I really echo Arvin's point, right, that why I decided to start the company with Reynolds is because of two reasons. Number one is really consistency of core values. You need to believe that if there's a gun and there's $1 million on the table, and you can get away with any decisions, your co-founder is not going to pick the gun and take the $1 million. You need to have that level of faith and trust and conviction and alignment in values, because those times will come, and it comes very often in a company, right? So between a gun and $1 million, or let's say $10 million, you need to trust that your founder will not take the gun and just shoot you and take the cash away, right? That's the alignment of core values that's necessary. But also on top of that was complementary skill sets, right? The reality is that if I have not found Reynolds, I would not have started a company. If I've not found Reynolds, I would not have started a company, because if I take a step back and study the key success factors of our industry, Singapore is a tiny market. Winning Singapore does not do anything for you. Like, it's just a hygiene factor, right? So we knew that we are at a high volume, low margin business. With Singapore being small, I need to be in a region. And to win the region, I need locals, and Reynolds is locals. It's local in Indonesia. So we knew that at the first day, if we start a company, we'll win Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia. And that will give us a critical mass. So if not because of him, we have not started a company. So really complementary skill sets and abilities, which was necessary. So that was the founder side. But when it comes to capital, we were very fortunate that when we first started a company, because I was in school, worst case scenario, I have not graduated yet. So I was literally studying from, working out of Boston in the US from 9 p.m. to 3, 4 a.m. because Boston to Singapore is 12 hours time difference, right? And Harvard is at Boston. So we work from 9 p.m. to 3, 4 a.m. so that the team feels like we are with them. And then I go to class at 9 a.m. and continue class, right? You can't skip class at HBS, right? You skip 2 classes and you fail the course outrightly, so can't skip class. So what we were fortunate is that, hey, if the company fails, I can graduate, I can still get a decent job. That is not too bad. And that we started by bootstrapping. But the problem about bootstrapping is that the stress comes in very quickly. We talk about sacrifice of personal finances, we talk about sacrifices of family. So bootstrapping, the stress came in 6 months later. And we were very fortunate that during the summer holidays, we came back and joined Tech in Asia pitching competition. We won. The investors did not invest in us, but the media went out and we attracted VCs and we raised our first seed round of about $1.2 million during our summer holidays while we were still students. And then subsequently word went out, Sequoia Capital heard about it, asked us questions. We answered, called for a meeting, we flew back. They gave us a term sheet and then 2 weeks later they put back. Because they didn't know that we were students. All this was because we were working Singapore time zone out of US, right? But very fortunate that, hey, even though they were willing to wait for us, and then upon graduation, they gave us a term sheet again. So the key message there is not that students can fundraise, just to be clear. The key message is not that students can fundraise, but it's really what path to be number one relative to your peers. Because if you think about it, in 2014, 2015, that was a time when there are not many founders. So a founder with a bit better pedigree can fundraise. Now it's different. They're not just first-time founders, they're second-time founders potentially. So you're competing with potentially second-time founders, experienced founders for capital. So what becomes your advantage? So that becomes very, very critical, right? Maybe you pick a niche or technical area whereby other founders will not understand and whatnot. So that will give you an advantage. But I think the key is really that as you start a company, think about what is the path to be number one and key success factors, and form your partnership, find your co-founder accordingly.
Thanks a lot. Any questions from the audience on this part? Yes. There's a mic coming.
Yeah, so I'm super interested in your MVPs or your initial version. So what was the first thing you took to market?
The first product we took was literally a term loan. And it was a really terrible website. Literally, I was drawing the website bit by bit. And imagine as students, which qualified CTO will join you, right? You're a student, you're not even full-time, and not even in Singapore. So frankly, what we did what was possible. We hired an IT vendor in Indonesia. They did it for us, and then upon Sequoia closing, we told the founder of the IT firm that, dude, why not you just shut our company and join us? Which is what he did. So that was our first team, basically.
That's really interesting. We did something similar. We used an external vendor to get the first version out. Completely web-based checkout. We used network. So there was one merchant in Singapore, a tennis shop in Sentosa, that we knew the owner, and he just gave us the keys to the website and said, yeah, whatever, do whatever you want with it, install whatever you want, build whatever you want. So we built a plugin on WooCommerce, open source, easy to build with, and just went there. So we rebuilt his website onto WooCommerce. So he got a free upgrade on the website. It looked a lot better after we were done with it. And I remember when we took it live and had it set up, and weren't expecting anything. We were having a dinner together around the table, and get that first notification that somebody bought something, and I'm looking at the other guys like, "Are you doing a test transaction?" No, I'm not doing a test transaction. It was a great moment to feel that. It's the first real live transaction going through.
Very good. Now let's talk about growing the company. So, Kelvin, what do you remember as the biggest milestones of funding societies?
I think the biggest milestone of founding societies was probably raising our Series A with Sequoia Capital, because there were two folds of that. One was that we only have 2 months of runway left before Sequoia's money came in. So context is that I was graduating we started a company in early 2015. I was graduating in the middle of 2016, and we had another 2 months of runway. Sequoia DD has not completed, and there was a change in regulations because we're in a fintech festival, right? The problem about fintech space is that you face all the problems others face, but on top of that, you have regulations, which others don't face, right? So there was a change in regulations, which means that our Singapore business was 90% wiped out. And previously, people are paying you for 100% business at this price. Now you only have this. Like, how are you going to have that conversation, right? So we were very fortunate that we were able to pivot very quickly, apply for license, and gain the confidence of the shareholders that, hey, dude, this is the problem, this is the situation, this is how we could get out of it. And we were very fortunate that they continue to believe in us and invested in us, right? So that confirms that, hey, these are not just 2 kids out of school doing work, right? Hey, there's some adult supervision and there's some adult faith that we're doing the right thing, right? So that was really, really helpful. Even though I was around 28 or so, technically an adult, but from a startup perspective, we're still very, very young, right? But also on top of that, it also helps us to start scaling up very quickly, because one of the key success factors of our industry is really capital. It's really first mover advantage. It's not necessarily true in many sectors, but in ours it was. So that was the biggest Series A of our space at that point in time. And that set us up for success, right? Because subsequently our Series B was the biggest in the region, C was the biggest in the region, so on and so forth. And that starts to help accumulate small advantages over small advantages over small advantages, such that now the advantage versus our peers becomes quite decisive.
Thanks a lot, Arvin. Don't tell me it's your first round.
No. It's just flashbacks from when he's talking about running out of cash and in your last bits, and in 2 months, I'll be honest, sounds great actually compared to some of the scenarios we were facing at some points. But I think when we expanded into Malaysia, that was a pretty significant moment. We had a lot of traction, bigger market obviously than Singapore, and we started to see that this could really take off. One other interesting one was when the pandemic hit and e-commerce just started to go kind of bananas in early 2020, and we saw a huge uplift in our business, and we made this crazy decision that, you know what, we're going to build an in-store solution. The pandemic just hit, but we're going to build for post-pandemic return of retail now. And it was a bit wild to think about that, but we really thought that people are going to get face-to-face again at some point. People are going to start shopping again in real stores, and we needed to be ready for when that moment comes. And I think that was an important decision, because in Singapore we were fortunate enough that things did turn around a lot faster. And we started building in February 2020, and we were actually able to launch the in-store solution with the mobile app and everything by August that year. So it was pretty exciting. It was a big milestone for us, and I think that really helped us grow the next stage of the business as well.
Thanks a lot. In terms of growing the company, there are 2 areas which are really important and really difficult, which is product market fit and business model. So for product market fit, how do you reach that level? Arvin. And perhaps for the audience, just tell them what is product market fit.
Yeah, so it's complicated. I think for us, actually, it was important for us to pivot our model early. Not completely the business, but actually how we made our installments repayment structure in order to get the fit in Singapore, particularly. Because when we first launched, we followed the Australian model, which was 4 installments every 2 weeks. It was easy to build. My CTO is from Australia. It was something that he knew very well. He was out at Afterpay prior to joining us as well, so he knew that business. But within the first couple of months, the feedback was very clear. Both consumer side, they liked it, they thought it was interesting, but they wanted a little bit more time. And they wanted it to be aligned to their typical expenses monthly. That's what Singapore was used to. And the merchants were giving us the same feedback. I think it was really important. That was probably a critical decision for us as well when it came to growing the business. But it was also a moment where essentially the market was telling us bluntly what it wanted from the product. So we put our heads down, we adjusted. It took a few weeks to get there, but we saw as soon as we did it, a wave of merchants were ready to sign up with us as well. And it was really a 14-day difference in terms of the duration of the installments net that we were expanding to. But the impact to the business was massive in terms of making sure the product was right for who we were targeting.
Great, thanks.
I think we took two approaches. One was that we literally just we knew that SME financing was a big problem. I think from secondary research, from primary interviews, I think those are very obvious. The question is basically how you manage the credit risk, right? And and product is a big part of credit risk management. So basically what we did was that we just launched a series of products and see what stick. Frankly, that's number one. And then number two was that we spoke to a lot of experts because at that point in time, there was a lot of bullshit in the market, right? Oh, fintech, you can manage credit risk. What data do you use? You manage credit risk somehow. And it's like, dude, from a logic perspective, yes, even if you use tech, there must be data and there must be useful data and so on and so forth, right? So there was a ton of hypotheses. Every founder seemed to have cracked it, but when you logically think about it, it doesn't make sense. So literally, what we did was that we peeled through the onions and realized that, okay, these are a few things that are real. These are the things that are the fluff that founders are talking about in the market, about democratizing finance, blah, blah, so on and so forth, right? So based on those few key principles, we started rethinking about the business. So one of the outcome of rethinking about the business is that now automated microloans for businesses are very common. When we first started in 2016, everyone thinks that we're crazy. Because, hey, this is going to be very high risk, you're going to lose your pencil and so forth. But if you take a step back, hey, it's just willingness and ability to repay, right? Given that the segments are fairly underserved, if I can control these risks, and given that no one else is providing financing, the willingness will be there, it's a segment that we can serve. And we basically just experimented and it worked out for us. Same as when we went to Indonesia, hey, regulations is going to kill you, you're going to go to jail because you're deposit taking, blah, blah, so on and so forth. Learning the lesson, the key message is not about not starting a company. The key message is about how do you engage your regulators to manage the societal risk. And therefore, instead of doing what others have done, which was let me rush and grow very quickly so that I can fundraise, we did the opposite, which was that, hey, let's go and engage the regulators, tell them that, hey, these are the regulations overseas, these are the risks that you should be facing, this is how you should mitigate these risks, and this is how you should regulate us. So literally upfront manage that, and that helps us actually cross the launch in Indonesia.
And you're still a free man, so that's good.
My co-founder is Indonesian, so you probably get it first.
Yeah. And the other part is business models, how to make money, which is perhaps even more important today than a few years ago. And so how did you come to, how do you make money out of the business and when, basically?
So I think because my co-founder comes from a family business background, we wanted to make the money on the first day. We wanted to make money on the first day because once you make money, you control your destiny, right? It's cool to fundraise a lot, frankly, but at the same time, controlling your destiny is even cooler, right? And therefore, that was always something that we focused on. And that a few things that we have done quite consciously is that since 2018 and 19, once we hit a certain critical mass, which we knew that was necessary, we started looking at product unit economics, right? And that was also coincide with the whole WeWork situation in 2019 or so. So we made sure that every single transaction is profitable in a very first loan. After minusing off all costs, it's not a bullshit or CM1, CM2, CM3. I don't care quite about. It's like the last bottom line that I care about, right? So if I don't hit that is red. Don't tell me that I'm profitable in CM1 or CM2. Bottom line outright, right? And frankly, the entire companies, or at least leadership's ESOPs and one is all tied towards that. So if you don't hit the targets, we don't hit the targets, and that's about it, right? Don't tell me about macroeconomic concept. Don't tell me about misbudgeting. It's like, hey, numbers draw on the sand, period, right? So that's basically the discipline that we've forced the team to drive towards.
It's amazing and it's very rare. I think we were in an industry that was already defined by what economic success looks like, because there's a formula for net transaction margin, and it's what you make on every transaction, and taking out some of the specific variable costs associated with that transaction, because it's payments, it's consumer payments, and if that can be positive and then you can scale it well enough, you're in a very good position. And I think we knew that coming in. The biggest items were financing costs. We needed to be financed so that we can pay our merchants before we receive from consumers. And then losses. So how well is our credit decisioning working? How much risk are we taking on as a business? And to Kelvin's earlier point, there's a lot of bullshit about being able to manage that through technology. If anything, it was years and years of payments experience with the founding team that allowed us to manage it in the early days and then accumulate enough data and actual transactions to then start making some tech-driven decisions to further manage it going forward. So, the model was there, and it wasn't that we were innovating. We were bringing a business model to this part of the world to try to build it for the first time. So I think that helped us because there were already frameworks to follow.
Great, thanks a lot. We have a few minutes left. So if you have any questions, just think of them and I'll take a few questions, but advice. We always talk about challenges, but what did you do really well and that others should do? Arvin or Kelvin? Don't be modest.
I think two things that helped us quite well. I think one was that we were almost always thinking 2 steps ahead, right? It's very easy to say, frankly, but making sure that you block time in your calendar to just think about the future, I think is very important. Because for founders, when you're starting a company, you always feel that, hey, I need to work harder than others. Frankly, everyone works very hard, right? But at the same time, you'll miss out times whereby, hey, I should probably sit back and just think about things. And because those empty time will actually allow you to catch things that you may have missed. And those empty time allows me to think 2 steps about how the market will evolve. And one thing why I think that the company has done pretty well in the market is because our business model has almost always evolved every single year in the last 7 years. One piece of the business model has evolved every single year. So that's almost 7 times of evolution, right? And I'm not talking about small feature change. I'm talking about meaningful evolution towards the business, right? In terms of I'm experimenting something, I'm testing our new business model, so on and so forth. So in this year, that's why when you see this year, since March onwards, when we close our Series C+ round with Vision Fund, we have an announcement every single month until September. It was a pretty sizable announcement. It's not because we are rushing for it this year. All the work started about 2-3 years ago and just came to fruition this time, right? So thinking ahead of time and start planning and preparing major steps, because this will give you an advantage, right? It's very hard for competitors to start copying things that you work on for 18 months ago, right? So that one becomes very important. The second piece when it comes to fintech is that, so I just went to a payments conference and some people are telling me about how NFT, so and so forth, the new technology, right? And when I keep breaking it down, so okay, what's the difference between if I do this on paper versus on blockchain? What is it faster, cheaper, better? And then you go through the whole merry-go-round in terms of, hey, okay, so what does it really help me to do again? Okay, in this use case, I don't quite understand how it will be advantageous. If you don't understand, probably it's not as real as it may seem, right? Or maybe you should at least dig deeper, right? At least what I find is that in fintech or in tech, there's a lot more fluff, and unless you can break it down into mathematical formulas in terms of, okay, which lever does it really drive? How does it really help? Probably you want to take a pinch of salt, at least drill deeper rather than putting your eggs into it so quickly.
Thanks.
That's good advice. What problem are you solving, really? And is it a big enough problem? Couple of things that I think went really well or how we looked at it was planning for expansion. I think we planned very, very early, knowing that Singapore was a small market, that we needed to expand into more markets eventually. Tons of analysis, and honestly, some of it came down to how much of a network we had in those markets as well with retailers, because that allows you to go very, very quickly, as well as what the regulatory framework looks like in that market. So especially places where we could go in without necessarily needing a license and understanding how we could operate without a license in that market. Malaysia is a good example. We could launch that years ago. That was 2019. Now I'm in KL next week to have a conversation on the Consumer Credit Act that's coming, because it's going to cover parts of BNPL as well, because that's where the market's evolving to now. And that's probably the second thing, is staying really close with the regulator, understanding how it's evolving in the market. Regulation's going to change. As soon as your industry gets a little bit of size, it's going to be phone calls to provide data, provide insights, do interviews, talk to the regulator about how the business is going, and being very open about it as well is really important. The good thing that comes out of that is that, again, as you get bigger and as you have more conversations with the regulator, and I'd say Singapore, we're at that stage now. We released this BNPL policy that's industry-driven in Singapore. It adds a layer of legitimacy to our industry. And I think it puts it in the front page as we are working actively with the regulator to make sure that consumers are protected in what we're doing as a business. And there are some barriers that it creates as well to new entrants coming in and trying to do that. But it also just provides us with an avenue to always have a conversation with the regulator, especially if there are tweaks needed to that policy and the adjustments over time.
Great. And what or who really helped you to grow the company?
Timing. Frankly, I think that it is something that a lot of founders always miss, right? For example, what do I mean by timing? Frankly, when we were at 25, why Reno and I started a company while we were still in school, is because we knew that if it was 6 months later, we will miss the boat. If it was 6 months earlier, we may be too early. So timing of the market becomes very important. So implication was that when we came into Southeast Asia, because we were early, literally by abusing our Harvard Business School brand name, we were able to enter new market and get meetings, right? And to the extent that in the case of Indonesia, because fintech was booming, we were on the news every other day for good reasons, every other day for a good 6 months or so. And that, imagine the amount of free PR and marketing dollars that you have saved because of that. Same as when you fundraise, you want to fundraise when you're at your cyclical high, right? So that your numbers are good. Or, hey, when the capital markets are doing well, you want to fundraise during that period of time rather than at this shitty time, right? So I find that timing is very important. So keeping your head up and looking at how the times of the world is very important.
That's interesting because since my first startup a long time ago, my answer has also been timing. So, Arvin?
Yeah, I mean that's it's so important. I think for us it was having a team in place that was being built correctly and reshaped all the time to make sure that it can scale along with the business. I think it's really, really complicated because there are a lot of changes and team structures change very rapidly in startup world, and making sure that you're bringing people on board that can manage through that ambiguity and that constant change is really important, because as you scale and if you do really well, it's going to keep changing even faster on how the team is structured and built. So I think having folks in a business that were comfortable with that, could see that, okay, yes, there are other folks coming in with, potentially better at something that I used to do, but they're going to help us grow to the next stage. That was really important for us to be able to get to that next level.
Thanks. Any questions from anyone? No? So last question for both of you. If you were a first-time entrepreneur today, what would you do? You're both very methodical.
Go to
You know
Harvard.
the market.
No. I think so when I started really early, it was getting out. So it wasn't about just understanding business models and understanding places that I'm interested in, but it's also meeting people that are like-minded, that are interested in solving problems. Being at something like this is great. You're going to meet a lot of folks that are potentially going to start their own business. The further that way you go, there's some awesome entrepreneurs to go check out and get to know and meet as well. So I think that opportunity of being out again, we're post-pandemic, we can go out, we can meet people, we can build our networks again. Start early, start way before you plan on starting a business, because that network is going to help you down the road a lot.
Actually, I think I echo what Arvin said, right? I find that the good versus the great founders, the key difference is that it's really this network that I've built, right? Like literally when I speak to some of the founders, like, hey, I need a CFO. He already have identified a CFO he wants to hire 2 years ago, has been building relationship with them. Or like, hey, and it's not because, or at times it's just serendipitous, right? That I find that a lot of Asians, we don't quite like to go up and speak to people. Or hey, what's my agenda? What's the topic? What do I get out of it? Like just talk to the person. You don't need to have any agenda or topic. Like just catch up. Learn about what they're doing. You may not be even be relevant, so and so forth. But I find that information knowledge network always comes in handy. Be in terms, I meet a founder who may just be starting out. It turns out to be one of our biggest financing partner or client also, or this person who will introduce another person that we'll be hiring and whatnot, right? So as Asians, and I know as stereotyping, just go and talk to them. I think that would be very powerful.
Great. I think this is a great way to finish the panel. So thanks a lot to both of you, and thanks a lot to your audience.
Thank you.
Come, lots of free gifts. Come, anyone's interested in their careers in fintech? Want to learn how to pivot to fintech? Come, have a seat. Have a seat. Yes, I didn't like this place, so yeah, I don't like it, so. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Come, have a seat. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who's interested in making a pivot into fintech, you learn about the courses to take, but you don't really learn about how to do it. So come, sit down, have a seat, let's have a chat. Yeah. Have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. Okay, I got an iPad.
Hello, everyone. Hey, hi. Looking to move into a startup, looking to move into fintech, looking to move into Web3. Come and join us for a casual chat.
A casual chat, yeah. Don't everybody rush at once, you know. Don't everybody rush at once. Right? Come,
Yeah, music.
have a seat, yeah. Plenty of seats. We'll just give them a couple more minutes, huh? You guys, you have to believe me, this is one of the most valuable sessions you will ever attend.
Sell koyok, sell koyok, sell
Yes,
koyok.
Valuable sessions you will ever attend. After you attend this session, your mind will be blown. Yep,
If
have
you're
a seat.
thinking, if you're thinking of moving into a startup, don't know how, don't know if it's possible, come and join us
Yes.
as we talk about real stories from the ground, right?
Yes. Should we start shouting or screaming or something? No.
I'm already shouting, Adrian. Is this loud enough? Or
Yes, it's very
I
loud,
don't want to
loud,
bring
right?
Hall 3 down, yeah?
Yeah. Come, guys, come on. I'm like hesitant to start because the content that we have is so good. Right?
Okay, there's this interesting quote that I found yesterday.
I saw your
Never
LinkedIn.
saw it before, Adrian.
Is it your LinkedIn?
Yeah. It's called "Men cannot discover
LinkedIn.
new oceans unless he has the courage to lose sight of the shore."
Amen.
Having done career
Truffle,
pivots
truffle.
for so long, this is the first time I've come across this. And I go, oh wow, what an interesting quote.
Yeah, super interesting quote. I saw that. Oh, by the way, I want to introduce you, Elena, to your biggest fan. That's Lionel over there.
Oh, hi Lionel, are you my biggest fan?
Biggest
oh my
fan.
gosh, I'm sorry. I'll mint an NFT for you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a lot into Web3 these days.
Okay, guys, you know what? Let's just start. For those people who want to join us in this session, very easy session, 30, 40 minutes. As I mentioned, people always hear about, courses to take. There are a lot of jobs out there, upskilling and so on and so. But how do you actually do it? So after you have the cert, now how do you actually do it, right? So that's where we come in. Yeah, I see some people turning around. Okay, that's where we come in. My name is Adrian. I'm a career advisor at the IBF. Okay, and like other career advisors that you may or may not know, hopefully you do know. The things that we do are very holistic, okay? We work with people who are interested in charting their careers, not just like managing the careers, but actually getting a job, creating a career, and then managing that career, okay? So all of the things that we talk about are the big picture things, as well as the small things like your resume, your interview techniques, and so on and so forth. Okay, so here's me selling koyo. For anybody that wants to have a chat with a career advisor, we have 3 pods behind this screen, and if you want to make an appointment to see us, we're scheduled. How do you do it? Like go to the front of the counter and schedule a session. If you're unable to see one of us, just pop by and we can give you a QR code to scan, and you can make an appointment. Okay? All right. So what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Okay. I want to do an introduction on the speaker, Alina. So Alina, you told me that you give me the free play to introduce you, right? So this is what I'm going to do. I always start my sessions with a bit of a monologue because we have time, so I'm just going to do it, okay? This is my...
Oh, I don't sleep, right? There's
No. My stuff, you don't sleep, okay? So I'm going to give an introduction about the speaker right here, okay? I scripted this. The first thing... I can't read this. The first thing that I want to start with Alina's history, is that she spent 14 years, right, in P&G, Procter & Gamble, in business development. Stop me if I'm wrong, okay? If I may quote something from LinkedIn, she did customer and channel management, market and strategy planning, sales capability, and corporate training. In terms of product, she was much more familiar with shampoo and diapers. Okay, so let that sink in for a second, okay? Always remember shampoo and diapers when I'm going to say the next thing, okay? So fast forward to 2013 when she started Connect One, which we will find out more about. It is a talent and career solutions company that now partners with high growth tech startups and innovation ventures to build and develop teams. She is well known for her generosity in mentoring startup founders, teaching at accelerators, and doing corporate to startup career transition coaching. She's also generous with the time for taking the time to be here. She also recently launched a Web3 community that aims to make Web3 startups accessible through learning and networking. Shampoo and diapers, Web3. Okay, so basically, the main thrust of today's session is how did Alina do it? Okay, so as I mentioned in the beginning, we hear a lot about the acute shortage of tech talent. We heard it yesterday. We also hear about the roles, certifications, courses that you need to take in order to make yourself marketable. But it's not linear, all right? There's some work that you need to do on the background. So I thought that maybe Lina would be a very good person to speak to, because she moved from a totally different industry into this, right? So basically, I wanted to just set the stage. And Alina, welcome.
Thank you for that introduction. I couldn't have done it better. But actually, I would love to start by understanding the audience here. Thank you for filling up the seats. So now we have more colors than white. But there's a whole group of folks in white t-shirt. May I know where you are from? Like, can I stand up for a bit?
Student
Yeah,
helpers.
those in white t-shirt. You're from the poly. Okay. Which poly is this? Singapore Poly. Okay, interesting. So are you all interested in a career in tech? Is that why you're here? Okay, very interesting. So we have a whole group of Gen Zs. Okay, no labeling, sorry. No labeling.
No labeling.
No
Yeah.
labeling. All right, no labeling. Everyone is the same. Now the rest of y'all, are you here for, is there a reason for being here? Are you considering a career pivot to tech or startups? Just raise your hands if you are. Or you're just
no.
curious about who Adrian and I are. I don't think so, right?
I think the second one, probably.
The second one. Okay, great. Are there any questions to begin with? Like, what would you like to get out of? You're sitting here for the next 1 hour, correct? You could have been listening to the general plenary with, like super speakers. So I'm curious, what are you hoping to get out of this 1 hour? Anyone would like to share? Like, what are you hoping to get out of this 1 hour? Oh no, she has gone to get. I'm sorry, I took a bit of a twist and turn, but I'm curious, like, what do y'all hope to get out of this 1 hour? How about this gentleman here?
See, I'm a banker. I'm just wanted to know how this career prospect there in this Middle East and all this part of the country.
Great.
And traditional finance, right? How
Yep.
about you?
I'm just curious about how the fintech industry works.
Curious about fintech industry. Not sure whether we're going to get there.
Okay, so I think the number one thing right here, the whole reason why we made this session is to compare and contrast kind of like how someone who was peddling shampoo and diapers is now in Web3, which is so hard to define. So for those people out here who are coming from a different industry and who want to pivot into fintech or tech, and you feel that it's impossible, it's not, right?
Yeah, it's not, yeah.
not, right? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just gonna start. So I got a few questions. I'm not gonna be very rigid about the questions. It's gonna be very
Adrian,
organic.
maybe I'll just say one thing.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at me, right, you probably think, "Allow this lady look like retiring age, right? Retiring age.
What?
Why is she still like talking about career pivots?" And that's one of the stories that I would like to share as
Yep,
we move
go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first question I always do if you watch any of our webinars is if I have a guest, I always ask about the guest's personal history, right? So, the pivot and everything. I want to go deep into that. So, I just want to start the career journey and how you made that massive move from a career in P&G, and you decided to start up Connect One. So that's part one. Part two is was that always part of your career plan? And obviously, number three, Sel Koyok, tell us a bit more about Connect One. Go ahead.
Okay, so P&G on Procter & Gamble is a life like so far away that, I can hardly remember. But of course, it made a big impact. So those days when I graduated in the 90s, our parents expected us to join a big corporate. There was no questions asked. Even when I brought up, I'd like to be an entrepreneur, they're like, what? I spend so much money on you, and you're like, da 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 da. So it was very common those days. We didn't have much of a choice. So I went in, and lo and behold, I stayed on for that many years. But Procter & Gamble is a great company. So it's super, super good to start off in corporate. For some of those you here who are in corporate, you would know that, you learn about really, really great companies and how they operate. Even if they're slower, but they are time and tested. These are companies that have grown from good to great. So I was there. But accidentally, so Adrian asked me how I made this transition, right?
Yep.
It was a little bit of an accident as well, and with a lot of things that happen in our life, there was a bit of an accident, but it also a bit of courage and curiosity, right? So I actually accidentally gave birth to my fourth kid.
Accidentally.
It's true. And I had no choice because with 4 kids, I had to stay at home. But with this time at home, after I had settled my kid, like so when she was about 2 to 3 years old, I had this space, right? And I was curious, like, what could I do with my career? Should I be a full-time homemaker from now to the day I die? Oh my gosh, I couldn't envision that. So that curiosity in me made me go do things. So I didn't think of doing these things for a career, but I joined certain organizations and I met this gentleman who was with the NUS Startup Incubation Program.
Mm-hmm.
So that got me into startups. And so what I wanted to say, and now another story is I'm actually starting a community for Web3, right? Which in Hall 2, you would see many of the Web3 crypto companies exhibiting as well. It's a very, very new space. But what I wanted to say is that the curiosity in me, so it was a bit accidental, but I wouldn't advocate it being accidental for everyone. I prefer it to be a bit more intentional. It just happened to be accidental for me. The curiosity in me, a little bit of courage to try something new, and one thing I want to share, space. Because when you are consumed by what you're doing now, you really don't have the space. But I was privileged because I had this space, right? After I quit corporate to figure out what was next. So in essence, I think that's kind of some of the factors that made me transition.
I'm going to throw away this iPad right now because something just came into my mind. Okay, so for someone with your background in like, is P&G called FMCG, right?
Yes, it
okay,
is
FMCG,
consumer goods.
right? Yeah. For some of your background, dealing with these tangible products, your curiosity went into a totally different space, How did it happen? As in, like, why not like skincare or something like that? I mean, how,
Very interesting. So while I was in FMCG and my promotions and my salary was packed to me selling how many cases of shampoos and how many diapers, and stuff like that. But actually the parts that I really enjoyed about my time in P&G was 2 things. I was the Chief Campus Recruitment Officer, which means every year I will actually lead a contingent of P&G leaders to go to your universities, to wine and dine with all the dean's lists, all your high GPA folks, but we would wine and dine them because P&G believes in promoting from within. So we hire very, very good fresh grads. So that was a very big event, and I had nothing to do with selling shampoo or diaper. I was selling the company, and I went to campus every year, and that was the most exciting moment for me. I preferred doing that than to go and like show how this diaper works, to my customer or to brand, diaper. So that was the beginning of my awareness that I have an interest and a passion for something other than sales or brand marketing. If that answers your question.
But okay, so but Web3 is like so nebulous, right? Like it's decentralized web and,
Yeah.
and things that. How did you discover that you had the aptitude to move from something tangible to something like this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
So for me, it's not about the subject matter. For me, it's about the vision. It's about being able to see an opportunity. So with startups, when I first started, I was bowled over by the courage and dreams of these young entrepreneurs. And so they were, I couldn't support them in tech. I couldn't support them in product. I mean, in money, I wasn't an investor. But I saw that there was this possibility, right? This like how young entrepreneurs can change the landscape of Singapore society. Really, it sounds very big, but I really saw this possibility. So I said, I'm going to build a company that would support young startups. And as you would know, if you are going around the FinTech Festival, you'll probably meet a lot of entrepreneurs. And they will tell you that the one thing that people tell them consistently when they want to solve a new problem is that you're crazy. And I got this thing, you're crazy, from so many people. They said, what in the world is a startup? What in the world is a tech company, right? A young tech company trying to build a marketplace for event spaces, for example. And that was one of my first mentees, right? She built a marketplace for spare event spaces. So, you know, that's kind of how, so it's not about the subject, because I feel that we will learn, but about seeing the opportunity where there is growth. So it's the same thing with Web3. I hadn't owned a single cryptocurrency in my entire life until I started this community. But because I was curious, and I feel that, oh, this could be the, okay, of course there are a lot of regulators here and all that, but you know, nothing, but I could see that it could be the internet of the future. It could be the future of today's 19 to 25-year-olds, the folks in white sitting here. It could be that. And I said, okay, I want to be able to make this, I want to be able to debunk the misconceptions. I want to learn. And so I said, okay, since I want to learn, and so many people around me want to learn, I might as well start this community. And I started this community together with a fellow mentee of mine. She just graduated last year from NUS. So it is not about the subject matter, it is about identifying the problem and then figuring out, am I courageous enough to go in and solve it? And what is the worst that can happen by doing that? So I would think it would be the same with a career as well. When you are considering a career, you look at a few things, right? Is this going to have growth potential? Is my current career, you know, is my current industry something that will grow in the future, or is it not? Right? So it's all about the future. Is this the industry of the future? Is it going to be the skill of the future? So for those in poly right now, if you're learning a certain skill, you ask yourself, is this going to be a skill of the future? Is this what the market needs? And if it is, I'm going to go into it. But it doesn't mean that the market will need this for the next 30 years. But at least you keep asking yourself, is this the future? If it's the future, you jump into it. No harm. Sorry, very long.
No, it's good. So the answers actually lead to more organic questions. I bet no use really. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, let me rephrase. So as career advisors, right, we always talk about leveraging your strengths, the natural strengths, the one that gives you the most thrust, the one that comes most easily to you.
Yep.
So when you think about this big pivot, right, there has to be certain things that you were exceptional at that help you make this pivot, right? Like, so for example, for me, just telling everybody out there, ask me to do data analytics, you might as well slash my wrist, honestly, right?
Me too.
Yeah, so there are certain things that we naturally are inclined to.
Yeah.
So can I just ask, in terms of that question, right, what natural skills, right, did you feel that you had that made the jump easier?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a continuous journey of discovery. You know, no one knows at any point in time what their natural skills are until you get the opportunity to try something, right? So in P&G, while I was good at selling, I knew, and I was good at marketing and launching brands. That one is given because that's my day-to-day job. I realized I put my hand up for a lot of CCA, a lot of side hustles. I told you, the Chief Campus Recruitment Officer. I was also a trainer for a couple of leadership training programs. And those are not within my job scope. I don't get paid for it, but it gave me the a sandbox to figure out what I was energized by, what I was excited by, and whether I was good at it or not, right? So that so even if you're in corporate, it doesn't mean that you can only be restricted to what your job description is. You know, you can put up your hand for other things to, and now quite a number of corporates have been doing hackathons, internal hackathons, participating in those internal hackathons, but so many other things can actually give you awareness about yourself. So to answer that question, Adrian, I realized that I was a generalist. I could have been good in BD and sales, but I was also very passionate about people development. I was also very passionate about matching the right people to the right jobs and the right careers. So that was what I discovered about myself, my strength, and what I was energized by.
I think that's a very good career coaching advice. That's actually what we say. Colleagues are nodding their head, right? We always believe that the best thing that you can do for yourself is identify your key, unique selling propositions, the things that you're naturally good at, skilled at, and then try to find a career that leverages those strengths and skills. And you'd be very surprised in terms of how far you can go and how portable those skills are. Case in point, Alina, right? Okay, so there was one thing that I think I missed, which is talking about Connect One, right? Tell us about the company and what it does.
Yeah. So my current company, Connect One, we actually help startups build successful teams. So early growth stage startups, your Series A, Series B, Series C startups, we help them build teams. So we help them recruit, and we also jump in to figure out whether there are any HR or leadership issues. So I work very closely, and this is a segue from all the work that I did when I was in NUS Enterprise. And so so that's kind of what I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then because you work with these startups, right, for a long time, coming up 10 years, Connect One, right? I want to ask, right, comparing, like, we have a slightly mixed bag, young people and it's like mid-careerists, right? In terms of careers, how does someone who, say, like our friends in poly versus someone who has had a career, how do they market themselves differently if they want to be associated or they want to get into the tech space? Yeah.
Well, I think I wouldn't look at marketing ourselves because sometimes it feels very fake. You know, when you try to be too salesy about yourself, right? But I think you have to me, I look at it at a few things. I look at the 3 M's, which I talk about. I look at your motivation, like why, right? Why are you, if you are a mid-career professional, been in the bank for the last 20 years, why am I now interested in fintech? You got to be able to ask yourself that question. And for a student, why am I interested in whatever, in crypto? Why am I interested in enterprise sales? Why am I interested in consulting? Whatever. I think you've got to deep dive. You may not have all the answers, but I think that's the first question to ask yourself. You've got to start with why. And then after that, then you can examine, now, where are my strengths based on what I know it is right now? Yep. And what are the skills that are needed by this new industry? Where's the match? Where's the gap? And so that's what we call mastery, right? And then thirdly, do I have the mindset, right? So I have the motivation, I have the mastery. Do I have the mindset to get into this space? Like, mindset could also mean your risk appetite. For example, if you were to go into extreme Web3 companies, like, there are risks associated with this space because people don't really know how this space works yet. I mean, not to talk even about fintech, right? So, or identify, like, is it going to be the early stage or the late stage? So I think starting with why, what is your motivation? Because, when you approach an interviewee, I do not believe in selling a resume or sharing a resume. I believe in sharing a story. Your resume cannot tell you why you want to join, why you want to move into fintech, why you want to move into crypto. Even if it does, people won't believe it, right? You can write it at the heading, but it's very standard. So when you interview, it's almost like share your story. And the only way to share your story is if you already know why, then it becomes authentic.
Okay, you just kind of like trapped yourself because I thought about another sinister question. Okay, so if it's not the CV, right, for example, I see CVs, and then you say you have a story to tell, how does one even get the opportunity to sell the story? What kind of platforms, or how does someone say, hey, Elena, look at me?
Yeah.
So how does someone actually say, I have a story
Yeah.
that transcends the resume? How do I get an opportunity to talk to you such that you will then say, okay, you send me a formal resume.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. So if you are, let's say, mid-career, right? So maybe it's a little bit like we were preparing for mid-career, right? So if you're mid-career, it may be a little bit more difficult because you have nothing to show. Maybe you come from a completely different industry, completely different skill set. So if you don't have that, I think a practical advice is, would you consider being an intern? Humble yourself, right? That means you're actually learning from scratch. So it could be, you could go for a course, online or offline, so you can learn something, you can figure out something, then you can put that course learning into practical application. So would you consider, so that's a very, very extreme question that I will ask. As a mid-career person, would you consider being an intern?
Starting from scratch, basically.
Starting from scratch is a very, very humbling question, right?
But again, if you do it, it actually shows how motivated you are, right?
Yes, it does. And I have seen, this is not, I'm sure you have watched the show The Intern, right? But I have actually seen actual situations of people in their 40s volunteering to be an intern. And the minute they step into the internship job, my gosh, their mindset, their motivation, and all the experience they had before actually really supercharged them to become a full-time employee. And for those who are not having the first job yet, because we have some in the audience that's doing that, it would be the same thing as well. You want to be able to try, different sorts of roles. So try different internships. Experiment with all sorts. Don't worry about what you're studying. So even if you're doing chemical engineering or mechanical engineering in poly or in the future, the uni, go for different things. One day go for sales. Try different things. Because this is the best part to try. When you try different things, you learn more about yourself. And when you're ready to get your full-time job, you already have a very strong story to sell. So I think that would be something I would advocate.
And then is this a fair question I want to ask, right? What are some, okay, regardless of where or which stage in life you are, be it student, mid-career or late career, right?
Yeah.
What are some of the undeniable must-have traits that someone must display regardless of where they are in life?
To get a job or to continually succeed in life?
I say both.
Okay. In fact, to me, I think the most understated trait, or maybe it's being talked about recently, is curiosity. I do feel that curiosity doesn't kill a cat, in my opinion. In fact, curiosity is what we need to navigate through life. Being curious, being always curious about what's next. Being curious about what could be the future of my career look like. To me, I think that's a little bit, that's one trait that we're not taught in school. No teacher will teach you to be curious. But I think these days, they are trying to. But I think curiosity is very important.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if, I don't know whether you agree with me, but I think to get a job, right, it's actually the soft skills that are super critical, and it's almost unteachable. It's very difficult to teach, as opposed to learning Web3 from moving from Procter & Gamble, right?
I think it's a combination. I will not debunk hard skills, right? Because if you are in tech, how many of you are in computer science? Among the students, how many of you are doing in computer science? That hard skill, undeniable. You need it. You need to hardcore code in your first few years. But in order to progress, you can hardcore code for the rest of your life, also can. But if you want to really move up, so you can either be a hardcore coder all your life, or maybe you want to be a technical leader at some point. That's when the soft skills will come in. So I think hard skills are necessary as an entry point, but the soft skills will take you further. That's how I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, so getting to something a bit more, tangible. So in your current work with the startups, right, for example, are there any consistent hiring trends that you notice that these firms or the people they work with, they can't get enough of? Like, wow, if I can find someone like that, I hired them yesterday, and give them to me by the truckloads, Do you have any?
I think the biggest, I don't know, I mean, I'm hearing from you that yesterday there was a lot of talk about not enough talent, right?
Oh yes, there was.
Yeah, so I think that it's not a broken record lah. It is true, right? So the biggest issues that I have working with startups or working with tech companies in general is that there is insufficient talent. That's always the biggest question. But other than that, if you ask me, some of the issues that come out with startups, and this is from a founder perspective, is also that they may or may not know how to hire, how to interview, where to get the talent, and what process they should do during the interview process. So if some of you are interviewing with startups, be prepared. Some startup founders would have already learned the hard way and put in a right process. But other than that, it is not the corporate interview process. You might see it a little bit haphazard, different people asking you the same question. That could happen. But that's because it is an evolving company. So I would say that other than the common rhetoric that, hey, we don't have enough talent, there's always this whole thing that I notice about how do you put some rigor into the interview process.
Okay. And then another practical question that we get asked a lot, right? Roles with the least barriers of entry, if that's a fair question, for any pivoters out here, for example, who have had a career or the course of study isn't too technical, right?
Yeah.
And they can't, just going straight into science, for example, or whatever, data science. What do you think are some of the roles in tech companies that present the lowest barriers of entry that someone can, just get in easiest?
Right. So for career pivoters, I think we have to look at what are the skills that have existed even up to like 15, 20 years ago. What are those skills? And there's a difference between the older skills, time-tested skills, right? And there are those that are the new skills. So I guess that's what you're asking, right? If let's say I have already got 15, 20 years experience, I have a certain type of skill. Will this skill be relevant and needed by the tech startup of today? Right? So I would say that very naturally, the skills that come to mind, HR, finance, operations, project management, I think you suggested that as well. Those are skills that are already been like forever in existence, and it hasn't changed that. Well, some parts haven't changed that very much. So those are, I would say, base level skill. But what differentiates? But because you have base level skill, everyone also has base level skills. So when we advertise for a HR job in a startup, we get 100 applicants. When we advertise for a data scientist, we get 10. So it indicates the availability of talent out there, right? But what differentiates you from the 100 applicants is really the mindset. The mindset. Are you able to take what you have learned before, HR and finance, connect the dots to what's needed in the future? And this could be tools, it could be process, or it could just be general thinking. Because I think that would be the difference between whether you are fit for startup or tech or whether you should remain in corporate. For example, I give you an example, right? Someone who has done HR for a big company for 15 years, they are used to policies, this policy, that policy, this policy, and there's no negotiable because these policies must do. But when you come to a tech startup, you got to throw away all that and you got to figure out, okay, what's needed by the startup? Is it this policy? Now this policy, can I be flexible about it? So there's got to be a lot of that ability to be flexible that may or may
Agile.
not. Yeah, so even if you're equipped with the best skills on earth, if you don't have the right mindset, you may not thrive in a pivot to a new industry, especially a tech industry.
Got another one for you. Okay, so I'm going to go down into the real nitty-gritty of what our friends may be asking, and that is, you mentioned that you read hundreds and hundreds of resumes, right? Right?
Yeah, over the years.
Over the years, okay, fine. So I want to know specifically, right, what inspires you in a resume that makes you say, you know what, I want to call this person. So what are the elements, and for our friends who haven't created a resume, maybe you want to listen to some of the things that Elena is about to say. So the things that make you 100 people, right? But number 1, number 3, number 5, I want to call them. Why do you want to call them? Based purely on that piece of paper. What is it about? What do you look for?
Okay. Of course, hygiene factors, lah, right? Every single person that's hiring will look for, okay, of course, things like you already know. Do I have experience in a similar industry, right? Do I have experience in a certain skill? So if let's say I'm hiring for a full stack software engineer, I would look for certain languages that you know, right? So those are very, very common things, the skill. And then of course, if I'm hiring someone from consulting, I need someone from consulting background. If I see that you have 2-3 years of consulting background, I definitely will take you. Of course, being Asian and most companies, I will also of course look at your GPA score. Not that it will be the only factor, but I will do look at it. But I'll tell you what really stands out to me, because those things, right?
Here we go.
Those things, a lot of people have. There are many, many smart people here with high GPA scores that have got really hard skills. What I look for is what you have done different. Like, for example, a resume that stood out to me. SMU girl, fresh grad, in SMU, I hope she's not here, but she was running her own like little business, doing some kind of, okay, I will try to hide it a bit, some kind of vegetable chips of sorts for the last few years, from scratch, manufacturing, branding, selling, right? That jumped out at me. I said, oh my gosh, I need to talk to this person. And after that, when I looked at her resume, actually I realized it. She didn't even get second upper, right?
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
Yeah, her GPA score was really bad. But it jumped out at me. And I said I needed to talk to her. And really, I was fighting for her with so many large tech companies. In the end, she got a job at, I would say, a very mature tech company, well known. She's first year out of school, you know,
That's
but
amazing.
that's what I saw. Of course, you would have also the very, very high GPA, super, super smart, first class, honest people who would also get good jobs. But I'm seeing that not all of us are there. And if we are not there, what can we do to showcase what can we do? I mean, who we are, what talents we have, what kind of motivation and mindset, who we really are. Right? So there are many, many examples of others that I've seen who have done different things. They could also be, I've led, you know, I've done a social work or, you know, for many years, right? And very committed to missionary work as well. So yeah, many examples, but back to you, Adrian.
Okay, so in terms of, I think this is on the back of a question I asked earlier already. How does someone get noticed, right? Are there some platforms, events, or associations that people can join in order to get themselves known, or at least mingle with the community? You know, in addition to working on their own skills and upskilling and stuff like that, are there any resources that they can use?
Yeah. Of course, I mean, I would say that, you know, number one thing, if you're looking for something new, the one thing that you should avoid doing, or it should only be a small part, is to just keep applying for jobs. That will not work. That will not work. So you've got to be able to meet as many people as possible. I think that's said to death. You know, this whole word about networking has been said to death, but it is important. And network in your own way. Not everyone likes to go for this big event and like, wow, drink champagne and talk to people. Like, if I'm an introvert, oh my goodness, this is terrible. Network in your own way. So maybe you can do like one-on-one discussions. Like, make a list of people that you want to meet. It doesn't matter, and don't be, I would say, don't have an ulterior motive. Meet and talk just to learn, right? You never know where it takes you. I know for some people who are purposeful and objective driven, this doesn't come easily, but let me tell you, it opens up your horizon. So network in your own way. If you like big events, go for it, talk to different people. If you prefer to be more small group, one-on-one, look for those kind of opportunities as well. Or create those opportunities yourself, right? There's a very cliche thing that opportunities don't come to you, you create it. You know, so I would say networking and being out there. So if you're interested in Web3, for example, so like I run a Web3 community called Talent at Web3, right? Many people who come feel that it's a safe place to learn about Web3. Like they don't need to feel stupid about asking what in the world is a wallet, right? So people come to those kind of communities. So look for those communities. The young people will know many Telegram communities that you can join. You can join them online, or you can just go for some of their networking sessions if you feel like it, you know, so things like that. So I would say just find, just be out there. in your own, whatever, how comfortable, wherever you feel safe and comfortable.
Okay. I just wanted to add on that. Again, selling Koyo for career advisory services, right? One of the things that we always talk about is networking. Agree? It's been talked about to death already, but super critical skill. You got to be able to master it. Unfortunately, if you're an introvert, lah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Adrian, I want to add one thing, but don't overdo the networking.
Agree. Just
Don't
coming to that.
overdo the
Yeah.
LinkedIn. Okay, I'm sorry to say, but some of the younger, I would say maybe still undergrads in
Yeah.
school, I see their behavior on LinkedIn, and to me, I will go, not because I could be their mother, but because of the experience, I'll say, tone down. Like, don't sound too salesy, right?
Yes.
Over
Yes.
hustle. Be yourself. I know it's a balance because every one of your
Yeah.
peers are like, you know, super out there on LinkedIn. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I attended this course. I got, but tone down a little bit. Like, there's a difference between humble and humble bragging, lah,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Okay,
That's
so
true. Yeah, and I also wanted to say, like all the stuff that Elena mentioned, we have a webinar every year, so you can sign up for IBF webinars.
well, you
Or
sell koyok more than I sell koyok.
I have to. I have to. Yeah. So yeah, we have to open people's minds, lah. Huh? So anyway, I also just wanted to end very much because I think we have like 5 minutes left. The last question I always ask is about parting words from our guests. In this case, it's you. People who are in some sort of a stage right now, unsure, not confident. Oh, they'll never pick me. Or I mean, I'm never gonna get a job here. People maybe who are down in the, in the negative space, right? Before before they go off and explore the rest of the fair, what are some parting words you can give to people who are, feeling that the mountain is really high to climb, and whether I can make it, might just give up,
Yeah.
right? So what kind of parting words do you have for folks like that?
I usually have a whole string, but okay, let me think. Maybe what I'll share today is think big, but start small. This is a very startup philosophy. Think big, but start small. So you have big plans for yourself. You have big plans to pivot to a new space. You have big plans to join a new company or a new industry. But you can always start small, like little steps. You don't have to stress yourself so much, right? So for example, okay, I won't have an example for this for now. The other thing to think about is what is the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen? If I go for this interview or I try this role at this company, if it fails, it fails. I go back to the drawing board, but at least you tried,
Yeah.
right? And you learn from it. So
Yeah.
really, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah. Okay. So for everyone here, I'm so sad that you guys joined at the last 3 minutes. Oh, should we repeat the session again? Oh, no time. Okay. So now I'm just gonna say thanks for everyone. Thanks to everyone who joined us here today. Come see your career advisors. Hey, are you free to network? If people come approach
yeah,
you?
I'm
I don't
supposed to
know.
meet someone at 12, but okay, we'll discuss this offline.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
that's fine. I wanna bring you over. Maybe we can have a bit of like a meal. They're having some sliders. I wish they were selling stuff like baguettes, but they only have sliders. So yeah, whatever it is. Anyway, thanks so much for Alina, and thanks for everybody who joined us. And we look forward to speaking to some of you after this. Okay, done.
All right,
Bye.
thank you so much for your
Bye.
time. Yep, appreciate it.
everyone, I'm Sejong and this is Claudine. Let us show you what it is like to be working as tech officers in MAS.
I like to start off my day by getting water from the pantry and sometimes a cup of tea as well. It is also nice to have quick catch-ups with my colleagues who are at the pantry before I head back to my desk. My day consists of getting on calls to discuss various topics on cybersecurity. Here in MAS, the work is meaningful and exciting. Other than monitoring and dealing with the evolving cyber threat landscape, my team and I also work with other teams to manage the cybersecurity risk and protect MAS and the financial industry against potential cyber attacks. Time to hop on to another discussion. See you later.
Morning was fruitful as I prepared for the meetings and discussion for the day. My team and I are responsible for strengthening the cyber resilience of Singapore's financial sector. Work in MAS can be rather challenging, but I have the support and guidance from my team to overcome any challenge together. Anyway, it's almost time for lunch.
At MAS, we have pretty flexible lunch timing. We have a cafe and many spots within the office where we can have lunch with our colleagues.
We also have facilities like Connections at MAS where we can relax and play some games together. One thing I like about working at MAS is the courses and training available for us. It is always good to pick up new skills and knowledge even with a busy schedule.
There's so much more to experience in MAS. You get to constantly explore and learn new things.
MAS is more than just a workplace. We are like family.
Although we can't share with you everything that we do, we still hope that you have enjoyed coming to work with us at MAS. Bye!
Bye.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. My name is Juan Madera. I'm part of Microsoft. I lead our financial services business in Singapore. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm joined by two amazing panelists. Uh, um, we have about, the session has to be shortened a little bit, so we have about 40 minutes of questions. First of all, we have Vikas Verma from UOB. Vikas is the head of strategic HR and also digital HR, which I wanted to ask you about what digital HR really means. And also we have Hannah Lennon from Mercer. She's a consultant and she specializes in talent frameworks. So very, very excited to hear their thoughts. And today we are going to be talking about, I think the title of the panel is Empowered by Technology, Enabled by Technology, Empowered by People, or something along those lines. And so we are going to be traveling on time a little bit. We are going to start with the past, and then we are going to travel forward even to the future. So let's start with the past, right? So if you think about empowered by or enabled by tech, but actually empowered by people or for people, I've been hearing, and this is going to be a little bit of a controversial, difficult questions. Apologies in advance. Difficult questions. But I'm going to be challenging. Even when I started working in the medieval times, it was a very similar thing, right? So I want to ask Vikas, right? What is different now? Why does it feel different?
Okay, so I think what is different now, first let's understand what was before, and when you say different now, I'm assuming a lot of us, when we refer to now, we mean the post-COVID world.
Post-pandemic, yes.
It's almost taken for granted. So before the COVID, and I was a consultant before I joined UOB, so I've been with UOB for 4 years, but before that a consultant, and one of my job was really to scare my clients about the future of work that's coming and how maybe Hannah can.
Maybe that's still my job.
Still a job,
Okay.
yeah. And how the automation is going to make so many people jobless, and the machines are going to take over, right? So I think a lot of this was driven with something is going to happen in the not so near future, but will happen. But there was no urgency to it. But since it was happening, the digitalization was happening, we saw a lot of reskilling initiatives happening, a lot of organizations pledging large amounts of sum to reskilling. But I think the seriousness was by industries. Some industries experienced it a lot more than others, and that's what was driving. Now, if you come forward to now, there's no industry that has been untouched by COVID, and hence, I think Satya Nadella said this during the beginning of COVID-19 that the pace of digital transformation is really accelerated. What was to happen in 10 years has happened in 2 years. I think that is what has changed. Now, no one is living in that in a false notion that one day digital transformation will happen. Everyone has experienced, whether it's a small mom and pop shop of not having a digital footprint to a large organization not having a digital footprint. Everyone has experienced it. And even the working models, I may not like remote working, but if you look at as a bank, right, especially in Asian context, remote working was kind of there, but was not really adopted in a big way. And during 2021, COVID-19, all of a sudden, within like 15 days or a month, 80% plus of the employees were working remotely just to sustain the operations. We cannot shut down the bank, right? You still have to. I think that realization has shifted. So yeah, I think it's a long answer, but the pace of change, it's no longer somebody advocating. We have experienced it and we cannot avoid it. And second, the remote working is here to stay, or hybrid working is here to stay. So adapting around the hybrid working, I think that these are the two things that have changed.
Thank you. I think it's very true. So let's start moving about from the past to the present time. So there is a lot of hype about certain concepts One of the concepts is, for example, the big resignation, and another, that is something that you hear in the news all the time. And there is another, there is this debate as well about companies that allow for remote work, and then they are sort of like asking people to come back to the office and all of that. So there seems to be a tension between convenience and culture, etc. So Hannah, I wanted to ask you, right? Is this just hype, or is it a real challenge?
Thanks. So I think it's something that the media really likes to hype, but it's also real. So at Mercer, we collect data a lot. That's a massive thing that we do in our jobs. And when we surveyed about 1,000 HR and C-suite executives last year, 77% of them said that they were experiencing or expecting higher turnover than normal. So there's definitely a truth to it. But I think rather than kind of getting caught up in this hype of great resignation, we should instead be thinking, as you were saying, Vikas, about what does the future of work actually mean? We spent loads of time saying, machines are going to take everyone's jobs. But at the minute, if you look on the MOM website, very exciting website, but it shows at the minute that for every unemployed person, there are 2.4 vacancies in Singapore, whereas that used to hover more around 1.6. So it's definitely true that there's a lot of job openings in the market. It's definitely true that organizations are experiencing heightened turnover. But I think what we're encouraging our clients to think about is, our relationship with work and employee demands and organization demands have really shifted since COVID. Let's not obsess over a great resignation and look for a quick fix to that. Instead, let's focus on, how do we actually create better experiences at work? How do we help people redefine, the environments that they work in? As you said, that remote work wasn't such a thing in Asia before. Now it's here. But again, it's not that all or nothing, let's bring everyone back or let's stay at home. It's much more about how do organizations and leaders really, change their behaviors, change their ways of working to adapt for the future. So I think a bit like quiet quitting, it's something that the media loves to hype, but we should think a bit more deeply about it.
Actually, if you don't mind if I add something to it,
of course.
Because I think it's quite relevant that there's a lot of talk about the Great Resignation, and the numbers did go up, the resignation numbers compared to, let's say, last year, where it was quite subdued. But the interesting thing that we noticed when we looked at the data, right, you will assume that Great Resignation is people are leaving for higher pay jobs. Interestingly, what we found was a nice or a dichotomy that people were leaving. If you look at the reasons for exit, it was burnout. And interestingly, it's not burnout because you're coming to office, and that's something, it's like an underlying theme which nobody's saying, and sometimes we don't realize it. But when you're working from home for a longer period of time, just staring at your screen, it causes stress and burnout, which we don't acknowledge. So I think the debate has to shift towards how do we make hybrid work rather than just focusing on the headlines, as Hannah has rightly said.
Absolutely. And there's a brilliant Microsoft Work Trends report that came out in March this year. They kind of looked at the number of meetings that everyone is in since 2020 and took the amount of meetings we had in 2020 as zero. It's increased by 150%. And you wonder why we feel tired and burnt out. And again, in Singapore, I think we see globally, when we look across, employees are way less energized. This is a problem globally, but in Singapore, I think it's only about 42% of employees go to work feeling energized and enthusiastic. That's not just a data point, that's having real business implications. So yeah, it's, as you said, how do we make hybrid work? How do we find energy? How do we help people redefine their relationships with work? That's really the focus.
Thank you. So let me pose a even more difficult question. So when we think about the skills that are required in the workplace, particularly in financial services, everybody's trying to upskill on machine learning, AI, cloud, you name it, right? There is an ideal that upskilling is actually the answer for making the workforce, the whole workforce effective or more effective and giving them opportunities and in their own careers and so on. But I'm curious about how effective is upskilling, how realistic it is. Do we have numbers that actually say what is good look like when you are upskilling a workforce, particularly on new technologies, and what degree of external talent you have to constantly bring to an organization, for example, like UOB, because I'm very curious about that.
So, okay, so upskilling, I think it's relevant. It was relevant 10 years ago, it's relevant even now. But if we put this in the context of digitalization, the way we are looking at it is, again, if you just look at upskilling, when we launched our own Better You reskilling program, upskilling in 2019, one of the statistics that was really scary, that participation rates, when we're looking at the industry trends, were typically 4% to 6% in these initiatives, right? So organizations are pledging $20+ million, and with 4 to 6% participation rate, it's definitely not a good return on investment. So we really did a lot of thinking that why are we doing? And at UOB, we keep asking ourselves, are we being authentic or are we just doing it for the sake of it? And we'll never do anything which is just for the sake of it, just to get the headlines, right? So the authentic means that the employees should really feel that it is future-proofing their careers, their livelihoods, while we future-proof the bank. It's not just for the bank, it's for every employee. And I'm sure as individuals, we don't want to be in a situation where I'm not able to earn for my family or provide a secure future for my family. So we took it from that perspective. And if I take an analogy, we didn't go with saying that, look, the bank is transforming, so you must get trained. That was not the point that we went in. We actually went in, the Better You initial proposition was that each and every employee, all 26,000, have to get the basic digital literacy, right? And the analogy for us was, there are specialist writers, English writer or any other language, they get trained in writing, but all of us can write. All of us can write, right? So in the same vein, today, when we look at digital, I'm sure there are specialists like you, but then all of us have to understand what is cloud, what is an API, what is data science talking about, what is human-centered design. It's like your writing skills, just like we have digital literacy. So all 26,000 or 30,000 of our employees have to understand that. So we started with that. So essentially, again, learning something from you guys, the growth mindset, really pushed hard on the growth mindset. Just one core skill, growth mindset, and then 4 basic skills on human-centered design, etc. And there we saw a really, really good participation. So we were just looking at the numbers last quarter. For the last 3 years, the participation is in excess of 80%.
Wow.
And the satisfaction is really around the 90% mark. So really good participation and good satisfaction. Now there is a organic need from the same employees that now I want to pivot to a new role. So I've been a teller or I've been a branch, and there are customer experience, user design journey roles, right? So now we have launched in the Better You and now expanding it to a pivot program. Because now you have the basics, now you can get into details, more detailed specialization and move. And that's where we are seeing, now it's like almost like there's a demand for these courses, and when we're launching this, there is a good uptake. So I think it's really using the consumer science. You have to design the products for the end user, and then the consumers
They will come. They will come.
They will come. Yeah.
No, I think that's so exciting, and to see that, not an organization telling you to transform, but helping people own their own future is exactly what we're looking for. I think the only point I would add is, so I've done a lot of work with Skills Future Singapore in my time at Mercer, looking at all different kinds of industries and what they need to do for the future. And it's great to build the technical skills of the future, but actually technical skills are just becoming obsolete faster and faster. Almost as soon as you learn them, you need to learn a new one. And I think what we're really seeing as well is a shift to some of those more core or human skills. Some people might call them those softer skills, but really higher organizations enabling employees to invest in those and hone those skills, because that's what's going to enable them to kind of go on these very constant reskilling journeys. And also, the human skills are what are going to differentiate us in the future. That's what machines can't do. So we need to really focus on those. And I think, in Asia, maybe historically, we've seen less of a focus there. So we did a project on what are the critical core skills in Singapore. And when we looked at millions of job descriptions across Singapore, UK, US, lots of other countries, soft skills are mentioned twice as often in job descriptions in the UK and America compared to job descriptions in Singapore. There's always been a prioritization of technical skills here. That definitely has its merits, but in the future, what are we doing to give the emphasis to those softer skills that are going to enable things like ongoing transformation?
No, that's a great answer, and you guys have been answering in advance some of my next questions, which makes it harder for me. But anyway, I'm going to start pivoting towards the future. So I'm going to give you a crystal ball, and the crystal ball is set on 2035. So it's a few years from now. So there is the future where, for example, our algorithms are, or maybe this is a little bit of a dystopia, right? So our algorithms are going to take over, and they will dictate what is that we think, what is that we consume, and then in financial services, we have the responsibility to develop a fair and ethical way of using technology, particularly AI, right? So I want to hear how organizations like UOB or your clients, right, how they are preparing for the future. How much is that top of mind of the organization right now? This is something that is still incubating. Just wanted to get your thoughts.
So yeah, I think it's a very broad question, but let me try to let me know if I'm deviating too far from it, right? So
that's never the case.
So if you look at, I'll probably look into two aspects. First is how is technology itself shaping the future of work, and from a very particular aspect of inclusivity. And then I think it touches the artificial intelligence and machine learning application as well, right? So first, as we know that every human being or every organization may have its own biases, and we start coding them into your machine learning and AI algorithms, whether I'm giving a loan or I'm opening an account, that biases get scaled up disproportionately. So we definitely have to be very, very careful about that, and there are guidelines, especially in Singapore and the rest of the world, and we are definitely following that, and that's really, really crucial. If you look at that, go a bit deeper, then of course we need talent who understands this. So this is not just about technology now, it's not just about analytics. We are also looking at human behavior, behavioral sciences and psychology. That all comes into play. So just getting different people, at least I haven't found one single person who can do all these roles. So just getting them together in one single team, because they could be sitting in different functions, is a challenge. But if I extend that a bit in terms of using technology to create a more inclusive workforce, and that's where we see the moment you said 2035 and when we visualize the workforce of the future. So we actually deliberately said that, look, there's a lot of fear around automation and digitalization. What's the positive that's coming out of it? And so good thing that we noticed was that because of the remote work, there's a broader acceptance of hybrid working, which means you can work from home. What does this mean? Not just from a business perspective, from a human's perspective. And that's where we noticed that there are people who are not able to participate in the workforce because of various constraints, right? We know there are people with disabilities. There could be parents who have childcare responsibilities or even elderly care responsibilities, and they're not able to participate, right? Now, how can we use the learnings from hybrid work and create more job opportunities for them? And that's where, at least in the UOB case, when we launched the Gig Plus U, usually you'll do a gig platform, you go and hire people from outside for digital marketing and technology, right? What we did was we've created a Gig Plus U initiative just for the retirees and for the parents with childcare responsibilities. You don't want to come out to office, it's okay, you work with UOB on a project basis for a few months, part-time, fully at home, but at least participate. And that's what we see as the future of work, where we are really bringing the empathy and the machine together to create more tailored solutions, both from a consumer perspective, as I mentioned, in the use of AI, or even redefining inclusivity. Yeah.
So what do you think, Hannah? Do you think now algorithms are going to take over, or the future is going to be more inclusive and diverse?
I think I really hope to see that the future is more inclusive and diverse. I think where kind of Mercer's thinking has evolved in the last couple of years is really towards how do we almost democratize work and really enable talent to actually flow to work. So let's not think so much about jobs and hierarchies anymore, but let's much more focus on the problems that an organization is trying to solve and what are the different skill sets that we need to bring together. So that's where we see the kind of introduction of things like talent marketplaces across a number of the leading financial services organizations. And that's just one way that it's shifting from that view of jobs and outcome metrics through to much more let's flow the right talent to solve the right problems using the right skills. And I hope to see that really democratizing work and then the way things get done. It will give people lots of kind of maybe more squiggly career paths in the future, and lots more opportunities for different talent pools to enter the workforce. I think what UOB have been launching in the last couple of weeks with the new gig platform and that going out to parents and carers is really exciting. So I think there's lots of opportunities for it to make work more inclusive, but I do think there's a flip side of, in fintech and other industries, we need to really be equipping people with the skills that they need to use things like AI ethically, as you said. Like, what does that look like? Who really knows how to do that? I think it's a bit like how we're seeing that kind of explosion of people learning cyber risk skills or skills related to sustainability. There's a massive upward curve to grow that at the minute. I think things like the ethical use of AI, what does big data really mean? Even when we're using it in relation to employees and not just customers, what is appropriate, what is ethical? Yes, it gives us lots of information, but how do we use that? I think that's still a question that needs to be answered across parts of the industry.
And basically a secondary question on this, right? Sometimes as consumers, we are, as you said, right? So we are perhaps too relaxed about how we protect our own, personal data, identity, and then when we bring this to the workforce, the workplace, there is a risk that we bring that relaxation that is probably not acceptable in the work environment, right? So how do you see this? And I know there's a component of cybersecurity, but it is a big element of culture, particularly with younger generations, right? So how can we tackle that or find the optimal balance?
So I think, as you said, it's, maybe I can massively speak to the cultural element that we see there. I think financial services has always been dealing with a lot of risk, but all organizations are dealing with more and more risk and lots of new challenges to overcome. And there it's where about having the right kind of culture and cultural enablers is what makes a massive difference. I'm doing a project at the moment about compliance culture. Might not sound very exciting, but actually it's been fascinating to understand.
It is exciting.
Yeah, when do people navigate those grey situations? What do you actually do? How do you not just brush it under the carpet and have a conversation with your manager? So I think we're seeing a lot of increasing focus on concepts like psychological safety, decision-making processes, and the behaviours that leaders and managers role model. I think it's about building up those cultural enablers that will enable us to kind of tackle an increasingly uncertain but also kind of risk-filled environment. I think as well, some of the clients we've worked with, maybe not in this industry, but some others felt like hybrid work and remote work had blurred some of those lines. People aren't able to pick up kind of that culture of compliance and risk in the same way. It might not translate in a virtual world. So I think there's some learning to do there.
Yeah, so it's actually quite a tricky line that we are doing here, because if you look at it, the way we see this is the issue of trust. Data has to be used. Now, how do we use the data? And even if there's one use case, one misuse, all the hard work that has gone into using the data is kind of goes down the drain. And one example I'll give you is there's a lot of data on what are we doing during our meetings now, right? Especially when we are on Teams or Zoom calls, all the analytics that is available. And in the social media, there are a lot of memes of how you trick your boss to say that you're still in front of your laptop. Now that's a misuse, right? In terms of if I start using technology to kind of start policing you without your consent, that's misuse. However, can we use the same technology to really address the burnout issue, right? Again, some of the data, if you use it the right way, you were referring to some of the data around people attending meetings on Teams. Again, we saw that because there is no meeting room constraint. You remember in 2019, we used to look for meeting room with the right capacity. I've got 10 people, I've got 30 people. Can I find the right meeting room? That constraint is no longer there. So I can have 60 people in my meeting where only 4 people are talking, but we are blocking the time for the rest of the 54 people. And that's what the reason of burnout. So they're attending meetings 6 hours a day and they're doing the real work after 6 p.m. or 5 p.m., right? And then that's keeping them away from the family. If I can use technology to gain the trust that I'm using this to help you, then I don't see a problem. But again, the consent has to be taken. We cannot use it without consent. And once you've taken the consent, I don't think it's consent about the data. It's consent about the application. How I'm going to use this? Because it's a very, again, a gray area that just because you're sharing your data with me doesn't mean that I can use it for just about anything. And it can easily happen. So putting those controls, putting that culture, that data is not just gold, it is gold, but it's also very precious in terms of it can be misused very easily. So we have to use it with a lot of care.
No, that is an excellent reflection, right? So my last question, and we go back to the crystal ball. 2035. There is so much investment on straight-through processing, automation, zero operations, DevOps. Is all about reducing repetitive, automated labor in financial services, and eventually it will become a reality. Maybe it's not a reality now because there is still large workforces dedicated to those types of tasks. And AI is proven to be very successful already in certain areas, right? But when that happens, then the nature of the work for the majority of the workforce is going to be different, very different to what is now. And Hannah, you were talking about the job descriptions, for example, in some mature markets is much more aligned to soft skills. Maybe in Asia we are a little bit, I wouldn't say behind, but it's a slightly different culture around, we want specific skills. But what is the people going to be doing? And how do we train today the workforce for those kinds of jobs in the future with an undefined job description and maybe an undefined curriculum because it's softer, it's open, it's more open? Any thoughts?
Okay, so now we are really crystal gazing, right? So and in the past I've seen that we have gone wrong with such predictions. Again, I don't know the data, but what I've heard is when the cars were coming in, the horse carriages were going out of business, but we created a lot more drivers than we had horse carriages at that time. So we actually, this automobile revolution created more jobs than took away. So I'm hoping the same thing happens with this as well. But the way I'm seeing is actually borrowing your point on the marketplace. I think the talent marketplace is a very emerging area. In the next few years, I do think that may become a dominant force, both internal and external. So rather than having one full-time job, whether you are within the organization or outside the organization, you could be doing multiple projects. So people who have full-time jobs could be few, but depending on the skills that you have, I could be working on a particular project in one department or taking the same skill to another department and doing something there. So that's how, it's a very hazy picture in my mind right now. I don't even know how we will compensate, because right now if I do a gig assignment within the organization, I don't know how will I pay them, because I have a full-time job. If I take 30% of my time for gig project, my boss may not allow me to do that. Though I have a very supportive boss, but it just creates a challenge for him.
You need to make a clone of yourself and then you can do it.
Yes. So that's how I see the future, but maybe we hear from Hannah as well.
Yeah, I mean, I spend all day often writing about what's a job going to look like in 2030, and sometimes clients come to me wanting a perfect answer, and I say, we can't see that far into the future. But I think, what do I hope? I hope to see that we will really focus on creating higher value jobs. So it's not this idea that technology is just going to displace the workforce and those people are going to move out of the workforce and everything's going to change. What we need to be focused on is how do we actually repurpose that talent to be doing even higher value work. And then I think the question is, what is the trick to reskilling those people in that way? I think there's a few things there. It's about constant experimentation is what needed. As we've mentioned, I think the talent marketplace is a brilliant place to get started. But I also think we've got to design jobs better. I think it's if you Google my job is, most of the words that come up, my job is killing me, my job is boring, my job is irritating, my manager annoys me. We don't kind of equip managers or leaders to design jobs well. They design tasks that are repetitive, that deliver them simple, reliable outcomes that mean they can report to leadership that everything's going well. What we need to pivot is really equip them to design jobs that help people see their purpose and impact and use those higher value, very human skills. So, I think that's where I hope it will evolve. I do think, in some industries like healthcare and retail, we're seeing this happen very, very fast already. And there has been a lot of actual success stories where we have been able to kind of uplift the value of some of those typically lower ranking jobs for the future. So yeah, that's where I hope it goes. But maybe it will be a dystopia. Who knows?
That sounds optimistic. I like your idea. I'm going to speak to my boss after this and see what he thinks. No, I think I feel optimistic. I feel positive about this discussion. The future looks better than I anticipated before this panel. I want to thank both of you, Vikas and Hannah. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and I'll stick around for a few minutes if anybody has questions. But thank you for listening, and thanks to the organization and Elevandi for allowing us to share our thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the time.
afternoon, everyone. How's everyone's day? Good? Thumbs up, maybe? Yes? Okay, amazing. All right, those that are standing up, come, sit down. We're going to have a very interesting conversation. It's called Becoming a Specialist in the Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics Role in Financial Services. So feel free to sit down before I kind of start in a few seconds. All right, my name is Genevieve. I am the Principal Training Consultant of Singapore FinTech Academy. And I also a founder of my own FinTech startup. So I truly understand the topic behind looking for key talents in this field. So today, 70% of financial institutions, they recognize the importance of leveraging technology, specifically artificial intelligence and data analytics. We call it IDA. And this is to really gain advantage over competitors. So, we want to find out today through our very, privileged three seasoned practitioners in the industry, how these roles help the financial institution compete, and most importantly, what are the key ideas, tricks, nuances that you can pick up from them as well. So let me introduce them. Next to me is founder and CEO of Gao Capital, Chao Wei. She has been implementing AI and machine learning techniques in Gao Capital since 2008. We were just speaking about her company founded for 15 years. Former investment banker in UBS, JP Morgan, Director of Research at Nautilus Capital, and a chartered alternative investment analyst herself. So let's welcome her first. And then next we have Ai-Ling. Ai-Ling's the portfolio manager and head of artificial intelligence of investment in Lion Global Investors. A rich 17 years of experience in Asia Pacific and global equity investment. Prior to joining Lion Global Investor, she was responsible for investment management at Point72, Diamond Asia, Davidson Kepner, Collier Capital, and Deutsche Bank in London. She also graduated with a double first class, wow, that's amazing, from the University of Cambridge, and holds a postgraduate diploma in legal practice and a chartered financial analyst. So let's welcome her too.
Thanks, Genevieve. Great to be here, everyone.
Cool. And I wouldn't say the thorns among the rose, but the
gentleman.
The gentleman. Mr. Benny Yong, Chief Digital Technology Officer of NTUC Learning Hub. Also rich experience, 22 years creating digital transformation strategy, delivering strategic digital initiatives in edutech, financial services at NTUC Learning Hub, and also previously from NTUC Income and Prudential. Certified project manager and program manager. So welcome him as well. And thank you to the audience. Those that would like to take a seat, feel free to go, come forward. We definitely will not bite. I think financial services, like I talked about, 70% are leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning. So maybe Chao Wei, if you can share with the wide application of such techniques in finance, what are some more interesting projects that you have embarked on in the last 15 years?
I'd say 15 years ago, it wasn't called AI, right? That such a term didn't exist yet. It's just stats. So actually today, the basis of a lot of what we do is just statistics, which has been around for many, many, many years. It's just that it's cooler now. So in 2018 was the first time we actually got a MAS IDA grant. So I guess that was the start of official start of the company actually using more advanced techniques in in our firm, and we run a hedge fund. So it will be things we started out very, very basic things like sentiment tracking, like NLP, natural language processing. Obviously, in the beginning, things were not as great, right? So if you think about it, right? A very simple example would be the word gross returns. Right? It's a very neutral term, but gross has a negative connotation in the English language, right? So you kind of have to train your dictionary, right? So those are the things that are fairly easy to implement. So now we are actually moving towards more advanced techniques like GNN, graph neural networks, to do recommendation systems. So that's kind of what we're doing in the finance world.
Wow, okay, sounds really cool. And also, Eiling, I think the role of a IDA specialist, not specialist, but anyone in the IDA role, Chow Wei talks about a lot of words like GNA and all that. Maybe a lot of people are not familiar, but in your opinion, what are the attributes and essential skills of an outstanding IDA that needs to have in order to perform, relatively well in the financial services?
Yeah, so when you say essential skills and outstanding, that reminds me of an outstanding IDA specialist, right? That reminds me of when we first put out our very first job ad for an IDA specialist. I sent it out to all my contacts in the industry, and they basically said, I'm looking for a unicorn. I had such a long list of qualifications, and they said, you're asking for too much. You want CQA, CAIA, CFA, everything. And at the end of it, I didn't shorten it that much. But in the end, what we had to do was, instead of one person, we had to split that requirements across 3 people. So together as a team now, we have all the attributes that we do need. And I mean, it's a small team, so we don't necessarily, because it's a small team and we're quite a nimble team, we're not necessarily able to split the job requirements into, you're in charge of processing and cleaning, and then you're in charge of, just data analytics. So everyone has to roll up their sleeves and get, and get involved. So I think in that sense, it almost brings me to the softer side of things, right? Everyone has to, the people who join a good IDA specialist, it's not just the prerequisites of, yes, you must have relevant bachelor's, or you must have upskilled yourself, you must have done work attachments, etc. But also the soft skill, the can-do attitude. And as Chow Wei mentioned earlier, this industry is constantly evolving. The machine learning libraries that we use today may not be that relevant again in another 5 years' time. And then what happens? If you're just, I know this and I know this very well and I'm only going to do this method, then you're going to get left behind. So you need to have a can-do attitude, and you need to be able to basically go out there, look at the documentation, speak to people, reach out to friends, and I'd say those are like the soft skills that we're looking for. And finally. Finally, very important, more so than just the hard skills or the soft skill, is that you must have a passion for finance. So I've interviewed quite a lot of people in starting up the team, and we had some really competent data scientists, data analysts, but you understand that the analytical process of applying all these techniques is not going to be that different whether you're doing it for, say, a supermarket and counting how many fruits are spoiled, or say, counting the number of widgets, right? But you need to have a passion for investing and finance. That's what I think marks the difference between a good IDA specialist for fintech specifically, and one that is competent but may not progress as much.
Cool. I think it's good that you were very flexible in splitting the role to 3 different people, because in the industry, people are not that flexible. So I think it's good to hear that. And Benny, I think you've been in the education field for like a substantial amount of time. And I think for all industries, certification, training, curriculum changes so much. In the IDA space, especially in financial services, it's even faster. The market can be doing well today, tomorrow it can go the other way around. So you have to adapt quickly. So in your opinion, how will a specialist be up to date in this rapidly evolving tech space, and how do you think they should focus their time to upskill themselves if they want to be a outstanding specialist, like what Eiling says?
Okay, thanks a lot, Jen, for the question, and I'm glad I'm not the only one with a cheat sheet there. So I'm kind of going to so-called address the questions to a little bit. I'm going to divert it a little bit. Generally speaking, when we're talking about IDA, there are 2 types of people. One, I consider power users, business users who are trained in data analytics. They are also in this particular field. And the other one is specialists like what Chow Wei and Eileen has been talking about. These are true technologists. So for the startups, the power users, the thing is here, you have YouTube videos you can take a look at. You can actually so-called a lot of self-help guide to see how do you want to go and start up learning new technologies, like even starting from Excel, etc. and all. The other one is actually, there are a lot of courses, right? Coursera, Udemy, and Learning Hub itself also has its own so-called app which trains, or rather provides you with 75,000 courses at a cost of about $10 a month, and $5 a month if you are actually a union member. So generally speaking, these are the ways for a power user or normal users to gain a foothold in this. Now, for the specialists, I think I agree with both Sawi and Eiling. You need to have two skills. Number one, you need to have deep business domain within that particular field. So if you're in financial services, you really need to know, let's say, for instance, if you're in insurance, in banking, gain that knowledge, talk to the users, understand the domain, because that helps you to apply technology to solve the problem. The second portion is literally about classes, right? So you need to understand the basic concepts of the data itself. So in data, you have many, or rather this IDA, you have many different fields: engineering, analytics, data scientists. Each field requires different skill set. You have to gain the basics of this knowledge and get trained in each. So, for instance, if the company of yours actually so-called specializes in AWS, you kind of need to go down that route and get yourself trained to use the technologies provided that platform. And this so-called, again, can be so-called learning either online, AWS, Google, and Microsoft. Each have their own data services, and each trains and provides material free. That's one option. Or the second option is actually go for trained classes. So again, shameless plugging for Learning Hub. Learning Hub offers such classes as well. And I think the key difference is we aim to actually provide funding for such courses. So our funding kind of ranges from 70% to 90% for such courses. And I think basically it's really a good help for those that really want to take a foothold in this particular industry.
Cool. Thanks, Benny. 75,000 courses, that's a lot. You know, Chawi, you have launched, I think this is your fourth fund that's backed up by like IDA technology.
Project, yeah.
Yeah, 4 projects, right? So we want to hear from you, like how would you segregate the IDA roles in order to support this business, you know, the 4 projects that you have? And after that, in your opinion, how do you think a data scientist and a data analyst differ from an organization? You know, it's the biggest kind of like buzz on what's the key differentiator.
So for us, broadly, we split into the fin part and the tech part, right? So when we first started out, it was very unsuccessful because they both have different KPIs, or they think they deserve to be rewarded based on different things, right? So usually the fin part is correct, right? Because our firm is a hedge fund, so we just need to make money, right? So everybody has to work towards that goal. Either you help us save time and then it leads to better performance, or it leads to better performance in the first place, right? But then in the past, we have tech people who just like, okay, I wrote 1,000 lines of codes. I don't know what that means, right? It doesn't lead to usage. The performance measures I don't know how to use, right? So now we still split between fin and the tech, but then we have a bridge, which is primarily like the user interface, like user testing, UI UX testing, UT, right? So I also am in the UT team, right? So I will test out and see whether can use or not.
You're the boss, the super user.
Yeah, but even very basic things like the tech guy will be like, oh, just go into GitHub and like do yourself and change the parameters. I'm like, can you create a button? I can click, refresh. Yeah. You know, things like that. It actually leads to better usage, which leads to the firm doing better, and everyone thinking that, okay, for the firm to be rewarded, even for people on the tech side, even if you're coding, you get rewarded if the firm as a whole make money. Then it lines all the interests. So that's how we split. Of course, on the tech side, there's people who develop the code, right? But then we will have very, very often sessions. Every week we come together, right? There's like, okay, does it work? Does it not work? Then quickly you can change track. Because if not, then one whole year go past, right? Then you just wasted a whole year.
So in your opinion, will the data analyst be the fin side and then the data scientist be the tech side, or like the other way around?
So different people slice and I mean, to us, you are just the data person in our firm, right? Can code, cannot code. That's the only difference in our firm, right? But everybody must learn to code. Basically, I also had to go learn. I think it was a refresher course, maybe not from NTUC, but yeah. I have some cert that says I'm a data analyst specialist or whatever, but I'm very, very noob, right? But everyone in the firm, that's what we're saying. Everyone has to learn some programming. So you don't ask for ridiculous things. So when I first started out, I'm like a superpower Excel user. I can clear stage 1 of the World Excel competition type, right? But then I will ask for things that's like magic, you know? They're like, hey, Chawi, I'm not magician. It's not like you feed. Okay, I had something where it takes me very short time. Okay, I look at a table. Okay, so for example, like different 10 companies send you their numbers in like a newsletter, right? It takes me maybe 1 second, right? I look, I see a number, I can put it in a database, right? But I ask the data person, he's data scientist and data analyst, to say like, hey, can you program something that you automatically put the gross figure, net figure, and then he's like, how? To the computer, it's just numbers. Like, cannot. So I mean that's kind of like how we go about fixing it.
Okay, cool. So I think the IDA roles in financial services is always very difficult, and the biggest challenge that they have to face is that the markets move, and the biggest convincing point to internal stakeholders and external stakeholders is that can we believe in this new technology? The market is extremely volatile this year. Like, when I'm running my own company, I always get asked by customer, I have no time for your technology because I'm already making money. So why should I use your technology? So I think, Eileen, I wanted to ask you, like in the current financial market volatility, I mean, it's always been where investors are definitely more risk adverse with technology because customers want to point fingers at a human, not so much a machine. They want to feel that.
I get told that a lot.
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
like, so when things go wrong, who do I blame? Who do I scold? And it's like,
Exactly.
scold me.
Yeah, so how can these individuals or specialists of the team encourage, trust and timely adoption of the right AI strategy backed by, professionals, for example?
Yeah, so you brought out a lot of great points that I face every day. So first of all, like you said, when people want to scold, who do they scold? I tell them, you know what? This machine was built by me and my team. It's like our kid. In Asian culture, we always say, when the parents make when the child makes a mistake, you blame the parents. So that's one of the best that's one of the better attitudes we can adopt to ensure that people understand where IDA is. It's no rocket science at the end of the day. It's just doing what you told it to do. Then the other point you meant is you mentioned was in the current market volatility, right, where people are maybe not necessarily making money, losing money. They're a bit more risk averse. Whilst that's true, I actually would flip the question around because in the uptrending market, when everyone's happy and everyone's making money, then people actually have this attitude which goes, why do I need to fix what's not broken? My current strategy is working well. My current portfolio manager is making money for me. Why do I need to adopt IDA? Instead, it's in this current environment when it's very volatile that actually we see the advantages of IDA. So what are the advantages of IDA versus human? I can tell you, a bit of a positive thing about what we've adopted since the start of this year. Our fund has outperformed the benchmark and outperformed quite a lot of the human-run portfolios. And why is that so? Because humans tend to suffer from a lot of biases, as we know, and one of them is anchoring bias. So just give an example. I don't know what your views are on the China market. Some people have generally, I'd say the reaction has not been positive since the meeting last weekend, right? But since the start of the year, there were actually a lot of telltale signs already that China is not doing well, that tech, with interest rates going up, you shouldn't be in tech, you need to sell out. But what happens with human portfolio managers? I'm not saying all human PMs, because there are some really good ones out there, but most human PMs suffer from biases, anchoring bias. When I've made a big call at the start of the year or at the end of last year saying, oh, you should go into, bottom is here, you should go into tech, bottom is in China, you should go into China. I'm then a bit malu, right, to go and turn around. Does your IDA tell you that? The IDA say, no, I look at the stats, look at the data, right? The data shows that it's still not doing well. I will still not go into tech. I will still not go into China. And when I think Keynes once said, when the data changes, then I'll change my opinion. And I think the beauty of IDA is that IDA is very data focused. When the data changes, it changes its view. So for our fund, for example, this is an internal fund, so not open for public. I gotta be careful. But since the start of the year, we've actually been underweight China, and luckily, then we increased our weight. We move around a bit, but fortunately for us, last 2 weeks ago, we actually went very negative on Hong Kong. So we were spared the worst of the rush out from Hong Kong, and we still had A shares. So we were okay when things bounced up. So I'd say actually it's at times like these volatile markets that you can point to what the human portfolio manager does and say, hey, you know what? there must be a better way of doing things. Because I've been doing human portfolio management for 16 years, right? And I know all the fallibles. I know all the logical way that I'm supposed to be thinking, but I'm only human at the end of the day. When I look at the market and it's going down, I'm like, do I cut loss now? Do I not? I'm only human, so I'll be scared. But when I program the machine to think like me, it's able to be like me, but better. It's able to do all the things that I'm too scared to do, which I should be doing. Cutting loss, changing my mind, changing because the data has changed. So I think now's a good time to say, yeah, at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. If we can produce portfolios like Chow Wei said earlier, if we can produce portfolios that outperform the benchmark or whatever benchmark you set for yourself, then people will adopt IDA.
Cool, agree. I think trust is built by having data to back the decision, right? And I think you mentioned a key point where, the machine will dare to do the thing that you do not dare to do. But I guess the main thing is if it's non-biased, that's where there's transparency and accountability on why that decision was made, right?
Yes, and that's why when we build our programs, we also actually emphasize a lot on explainability. As you know, in machine learning, people like to say black box model lah, deep learning lah, too complicated, cannot explain. But we try to build it with some level of XAI, so explainability AI. So that, at the end of the day, when my clients scold me, right, then I can say, oh, these are the reasons why the machine chose it. And machine can be wrong also, just like humans can be wrong. The machine took a certain view and it was wrong. But these are the good reasons, and you would agree, in hindsight, because there's always that you want to avoid hindsight bias, right? So in hindsight, you can say, machine was wrong. But you know what? The human would have made the same decisions at that point in time.
Cool. So those that planning to go to be a specialist, don't be afraid, all right? There are ways to maneuver around that. And Benny, I think in the specific needs of like IDA, in your experience, you talk about 75,000 courses. I'm sure not all of them are IDA specific. What would be your best approach to attending these training? Like, go high level and then go deep dive, or go deep dive and then go many deep dive courses. And after that, in the industry, there are many requirements on the CV or resume that the data scientist must be PhD, at least. Like, what's your opinion of that?
Let me try to answer the questions one by one, but starting from the reverse. I think from a data scientist perspective, you kind of need to know the technology and you need to know the methodology. But I don't think the data scientists that I've met, they are PhD trained. That's not exactly the truth of it there. So how do you gain experience in this? There's many ways, like I mentioned, self-learning, etc. But one of the most important thing is actually to get yourself immersed in actually creating pilots or use cases for it. So let's say it's especially useful when you are in a company that actually wants to branch into AI but not really done it. So give you an example, in the early days in the insurance industry, there were many so-called kind of use cases that we tried to explore. Claims, so-called processing through maybe things like Watson. Now I think they are branching into dynamic pricing and all. Now all of these requires you to have an agile mindset to try and fail fast, right? So basically it's about getting yourself involved in such pilots, getting yourself understanding the domain and the so-called business statement behind it, because frankly speaking, technology alone is not enough. It's not enough for you to just say, okay, I'm going to take this course, I'm going to get trained and all. Without understanding the problem statement behind it, you can't apply that technology. So for data scientists, like what Chow Wei and Eileen has mentioned, is actually a magical so-called combination that most other professions or other IT arms tend to split. So from a software engineering, you got a business analyst, you got a programmer, etc. For data professionals, it's different. You actually kind of need to know both the technology as well as the business so that you can apply the technology to solve the business problems. Otherwise, there's nobody to translate that particular piece to you. Now, whether or not you're starting from a junior data analyst who starts off from Excel or using Tableau, or you are a so-called data scientist, it's all about application of technology to solve the problem. So again, let me reiterate. two parts, in general speaking, to go about this. Pick a specific industry, right? Make sure you get immersed in specific use cases. Now, if you are a self-employed thing, there's many other ways to try it out. Let's say, for instance, if you are actually so-called interested in the investment market there, people have actually so-called done scraping of data from, let's say, indexes and building, let's say, some form of what they call is IDA-based technology using Python or Tableau. These are technologies that's available for end users to try out, not just necessarily in big companies. Use it to plot out things like, for instance, how do I visualize such things there? These are things that can showcase to your employers that, okay, fine, I've actually so-called gained an understanding of, let's say, the stock markets to actually show the indexes. And I've actually used these technologies to actually so-called integrate and show. And there's actually a showcase for you. That's actually far better than just showing certifications or so-called just paper or qualifications to say, oh, I've actually completed this technology. You need to show the employers that you actually have the knowledge to apply the technology and solve the problems for the business. I think that's the most important thing I can tell for budding IDA professionals in this particular field.
Good, good. I think mini projects, mini courses, mini prototypes like OJT, and then you gain relevance and you adapt along the way. Do you want to say something?
Oh no, I was going to add, I totally agree with Benny. And in all the candidates that we've interviewed in the past, the most impressive ones were when they did their courses and they have projects, they have some to choose from. When they choose the ones that have direct relevance to investing. But goes back to what I said earlier about a passion for finance and investing. If you naturally have that passion and you do your coursework project and you do something to do with it, you would impress your potential employers much more. So it boils down to having that domain knowledge. Yeah, so I totally agree with Benny.
Good. So I just want to add that sometimes we're not looking for deep passion or you're like so smart you can take my job type. Like sometimes you come to a financial firm and you want to be like a fintech person, and then you don't know how to download S&P index. Yeah. It's
you don't even know what S&P or MSCI is. Then it's like, okay, so not only do I have to train
fundamentals
you, but,
needs to be there,
yeah, just
right?
basic stuff like like just some vague knowledge of the different asset classes, like pricing. But you're right. Don't want to take over my job, lah.
I don't think we ask for a lot, but sometimes it's very hard for me to test whether you're suitable for a job if you don't know very basic stuff, or you come to a firm and you don't know what a firm does. It's a bit weird. Yeah.
Cool, cool. So I think those that have been walking around the last 2 days, you see so many tech players, and in the IDA space, there's also the trend of they talked about how you can code or you cannot code, and then you get segmented the jobs accordingly. But the trend with a lot of financial institutions is that they are adopting a lot of commercial off-the-shelf specialist no-code tool. Maybe one for data cleaning, one for data transformation, and then one for machine learning. Different tools used for different things because people want the speed. They don't have the time. Maybe they can't find the people to build it. A question for all is, how can the IDA professionals maintain the knowledge and relevance of using these tools? Because you don't want to be called by the boss saying that you are easily replaceable because you have no coding skills. You only know how to use your software. And how can they have a balance, because you don't want to be stuck with one tool also, so then you go around just being the specialist in the tool. So anyone wants to comment first? We'll go around.
So I get started. I think I do see where you're coming from, and I think it's an evolution that will happen possibly over the next 5-10 years. In fact, I've got primary school classmates who are now IDA professors in various universities, and their prediction is that in the next 10 years, no one will need to learn how to code. When I first started learning how to code, I was coding in basic Pascal. The fact that I mentioned Pascal, people are like, oh, you're not young already, are you old chicken, not spring chicken anymore, right? Then when I started this, the IDA project in our firm, and we had to use Python, I had to learn it like Chao Wei. I had to relearn coding from scratch. But the beauty about, I think, coding in general is that it's all based on logic. So that's why whether it's a specific language or no-code tools that you're talking about, once you understand the logic of how things should be done, you can appreciate it. You will be able to cope with the evolution in the industry. Yeah.
Cool. Shall we?
For me, I'm also one of those which will keep reading up, right? So one of the ways I keep up with technology is to see which startups get funded. then you know like there's this technology out there. And then for no code tools, actually quite useful for me because I'm not a very strong coder. I'm more R than Python. So I will try to make it roughly work first using no code tools, especially for workflow. It's quite good. So and then like when I need to fix it, when I need to make it better or customize it, then I will get someone to program it. But there's a lot of like these type of sessions are very good. Just go to a booth and ask them what they do, right? Then you know what's the new technology out there.
Benny, any comments?
Okay, so maybe I will try to see how to make it easier for the audience here to understand. From where I sit here, there are several categories of IDA professionals, as I mentioned previously. Right, you've got your categories of data analysts, you've got your categories of data scientists, you've got your categories of data engineers. First, I think you've got to be clear in which particular field you're trying to deep down in. These days, I think IDA is becoming so complicated that you can't really have one person to handle all three of it there. So know your so-called domain space is important. Then you can start going down and understanding the technologies behind it. The second portion that I think basically, at least from the trends that I see, is cloud-based tools are becoming very prevalent, right? So people are moving away from, I would say, monolithic tools from Oracle or Cloudera or whatnot there. They're using tools from AWS to do so-called query, Redshift, for instance, Glue, right? They're using Google BigQuery for processing and all these things. They're using Azure so-called data services. So I think depending on the organization that you want to go, having some knowledge in cloud-based tools will help you in terms of keeping up with the trends, because that's kind of where the trending market is starting off to be actually, right? The third portion is actually having a good, at least, understanding of how all of these things work together. So if you are from a tech domain, then I think understanding how, let's say, for instance, a data engineer works, the technology behind the data engineer, understanding so-called the data scientists, the technology behind it, the data modeling and all, helps you to actually so-called keep relevant when actually technology around you change. The concept behind the data lakes, etc., hasn't changed for the past 5 to 10 years. But the technology has advanced very greatly. So that's the other way of that there. Get yourself understanding the framework and concept. And last again, I sound like nagging, but business domain is very critical. You cannot survive without having business domain in this field. So if you're going to an insurance company, please show that basically you at least understand what kind of products they're selling, what kind of problem statements they are actually having. So for Eileen and Xiaowei, their specialty is funds. For insurance, it's different. It's about basically how do you sell micro insurance, for instance, differentiated pricing. How do you sell motor insurance based on, let's say, how often you drive or how you use. So these are the specific use cases that tend. Read up about it, and when you actually approach, let's say, your interviewers, you can actually show that basically you have interest, as well as you so-called know what are there behind it. It's far better than going in and saying, oh, sorry, I'm actually from a completely unrelated industry, and therefore, I want to join you, but I haven't done my research on it. That's one of the things we want to try to avoid, actually.
Yeah, cool. So I think back to our topic today, which is becoming a specialist. I think here we hear about the different role segregation by name, which is like data analyst, data scientist, but deep down into being a domain specialist, or maybe discussing with your business owners about what is relevant and what technology is relevant. And I think Benny came together with a good point where there are so many technologies out there. People are looking for time to market. There are also good tools built by large multinational companies with a lot of resources. They are very good in doing a specific thing. I always give the analogy of you use the toaster to do what? Just toast the bread. So you always have a toaster at home. You never change for anything. So sometimes you need this kind of specialist to do that, but you also need an all-rounder microwave, for example. Do many multi-things, multi-cook and all that. So I think for budding either professional, specialists, the paths are a lot, the roles are a lot. And it'll be great for you to join our industry and get to learn more. So before we close, any thing you want to leave the audience with, like trends or like a sentence or inspiring roles that can be taken? Maybe Benny first. Yeah.
That's a surprise question. See,
yeah, surprise
no cheat
question.
sheet here.
Yeah.
Cannot think. I think you have to. I think basically it's first about self-assessment, right? Why you want to join this particular industry? Are you interested in data? right? And start small. Start with, let's say, testing out yourself. There are tools like Python, etc. There are self-help, so-called YouTube videos you can read out. And just to test it out, I mean, totally unrelated professionals like lawyers who have interest in stock market have actually done this. Why not you? Especially people who are tech trained there, for instance, there. So I guess basically you just need to dip your feet and not just read about it, prototype and test out on your own. And when the time comes, I'm pretty sure whoever that you want to join will be quite impressed by a living prototype of what you can show to them as opposed to just a certificate.
Were you referring to me just now?
No.
Lawyers who became finance professionals. I was like, oh, okay. How did you know my background? No, I was just gonna, very short and sweet. We are hiring, so if you think you meet the requirements of being having a unicorn JD, as my friend said to me, he said, that's a unicorn JD. I was like, so if you think you have a unicorn JD, please send it our way.
Chow Wei, any last comments or ideas?
No, I think sometimes just try, and I say like sometimes it doesn't even have to be a prototype that works, like or algo that works. We recently hired somebody who came and said he did an options strategy, but he actually lost money on it. So I'm like, okay, so you actually tried it and didn't work, and you know why it didn't work. So that's okay also. At least you tried.
Cool. Thank you, Chow Wei, Eileen, Benny. Thank you, audience, and for those that are standing, hope you enjoyed this session and will be around. Feel free to approach all of us. My name is Genevieve. Feel free to come to me and ask me any questions as well. Thank you very much, and thank you, organizers, for the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome. My name is Akshita Shetty and I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer for SAP Southeast Asia. I'm delighted to be a part of FinTech Festival 2022. So, let me ask you a question. What do you think is the future of work? Work is always evolving, but it has never changed as rapidly or completely as it's changing now. Advances in technology have dramatically changed how, when, and where we work. We've seen that millions of people globally are voluntarily leaving their full-time jobs, looking for more purpose in their work. By contrast, the number of gig and contingent workers is on the rise, fueling a far more fluid world of work than the traditional employment models of the past. As the way we work continue to change and evolve, organizations are looking for more ways to build an interconnected and future-ready workforce. And we are no different at SAP. Let me share with you a glimpse of how we at SAP are addressing the future of work via the 3 pillars PTP: People and Culture, Technology, and Policy. So, let's start with people and culture. People are demanding more experiences, including the ability to self-direct the career journey, and they want increased support for their physical and mental well-being. Heightened attention to diversity, equity, and inclusion, the DE&I, and the need for greater alignment between personal and company values are propelling a purpose imperative for organizations across industries. According to a 2021 Forrester study, 78% of HR leaders believe employee experience will be one of the most important factors impacting their ability to deliver on business objectives. And according to Gallup, highly engaged teams experience 24% to 59% less turnover and 21% greater profitability. This next era of work necessitates a new kind of work model, one that can support a constantly changing workforce and fast-moving market dynamics, and one that prioritizes company culture supported by cloud technology, data, and analytics, where work experiences are individualized and reflective of a person's unique and sometimes changing interests, work styles, aspirations, skill sets, and capabilities. The result? People who are encouraged to bring their authentic selves to work every day and who are actively engaged in developing the capabilities they need to address both market demands and their own career goals. Employee experience in the new normal would be a blend of personalization as well as managing scale. The way we achieve that is through something we call the whole self model. We're focusing on the individual, the desires, needs, and passions. With the accelerating pace of innovation today, we need to be mindful of some of these trends and some initiatives that we're working on to support this change. 1. Hybrid work from contingency to certainty. In the future of work, balancing our people's sense of belonging, job satisfaction, and ownership of self-care with a leadership framework to ensure sustainable business success is key. SAP fosters a healthy culture that ensures the productivity of SAP's workforce while enabling people to stay healthy, safe, and balanced despite a highly competitive environment. So, what is SAP doing here? Pledge to Flex initiative as part of SAP's Future of Work is a trust-based working model which was launched in 2021-2022. An inclusive environment in which people can work from home, at the office, or remotely, so every employee is empowered to run at their personal best while continuing to drive success for SAP's customers. Flexible work schedules so employees can decide when they work aligned with their business needs. Inspiring office design tailored for creativity, collaboration, community, and focused work, enabling employees to find the right space for every task. Office buildings that prioritizes sustainability and health. Pledge to Flex is designed to ensure employees have what they need to be productive, creative, and inspired while running the business responsibility and meeting the business requirements. Onboarding program for year one success. With remote work, the people who are impacted most are the hires during COVID, and hence we're focusing on creating a memorable year one experience. We're providing immersive learning experience with gamification, etc. So they feel energized, engaged, and a sense of belonging to the organization. The second element of people and culture is DE&I. From purpose-driven to DE&I-minded, diversity, equity, and inclusion is core to everything we do at SAP, and adopt DE&I as an ethos to help our employees thrive, benefiting customers, partners, and the communities. Every single experience needs to be embedded into every life cycle of an employee. So, what's SAP doing here? We have fair, transparent, consistent hiring process with diverse panel for interviews. We make opportunities available to all via the career and succession fairs that we have for key roles. Frequent roundtables to strengthen the succession bench. We also have fair pay project across the organization, including gender, generation, to ensure fair pay and equity. We enable leaders to lead this change in all aspects of the employee experience by focusing on the inclusive leadership journey, which revolves around the principles of adaptability, trust, inclusiveness to foster an inclusive environment across teams and leadership and create a safe and supportive workspace. We have active, inclusive champions who help drive the change management along with the leaders. We also have purpose-driven initiatives within the organization which focuses on sustainability, CSR, and so on. So let's move to the third part of the people and culture, which is the employee experience. We have employee experiences from individualization to expectation. Organizations are foregoing the goal of individualizing employee experiences to improve experiences for all employees. In 2022, employees want greater control over their careers, lives, and well-beings. So what is SAP doing here? We continuously monitor the pulse of the employees via our unfiltered people survey that happens twice a year, remote pulse survey on feedback during COVID, and make necessary changes to our process, policies, leadership style, etc. Reconnect with office initiatives by teams to bring back employees for key events, activities, to bring a sense of belonging, foster personal interaction with colleagues. We're continuously looking for ways to engage health and well-being initiatives, example, Equilibrium to Change, employee in a holistic wellness initiative. We design benefits and policies considering long-term plans with employees and their families in mind. We treat all our employees as shareholders. We include them in the company success by increasing the accountability and ownership on rewards, example, bonus plans, share plans, etc. And we also automate tasks to increase employee and manager experiences. So, let's talk about technology. Organizations thrive when their people are engaged in their careers, properly skilled and aligned to the right opportunities and have a sense of belonging. However, many organizations struggle to gain a holistic view of the skills that exist within their workforce or the ambitions of their people. Our latest advancements to the SAP SuccessFactors HXM suite brings together data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to provide us with a better understanding of the capabilities within the workforce and actionable talent intelligence to align our people with the needs of the organization. One of our key customers, Singapore's National University Health System, NUHS, is SAP's solution to optimize human resources operations and improve the employee experience and engagement through a mobile-enabled HR system. It's the first health cluster in the country to implement a full suite cloud-based HR solution, and this has helped usher in a significant digital transformation for the organization. The cloud solution with mobile app capability streamlines a lot of HR business operations and eliminate manual processes. Over 15,000 employees across 7 institutions can access the system wherever and whenever needed, significantly increasing accessibility and convenience. The solution also improved employee experience with more self-service functionalities such as employee data, declaration forms, work-related and medical claims, as well as learning and development modules. SAP SuccessFactors give companies like NUHS the modern cloud-based technologies they need to address the moments that matter to every individual, and enables organizations to build the skills and agility they need for the future, while creating a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive workforces. SAP SuccessFactors is the global cloud standard to unleash human potential and help organizations change work for good. By using technology to drive equal opportunity to learning, skills development, health, and well-being, organizations can build a diverse, equitable, inclusive workplace where employees can bring their whole selves to work. Now, let's focus on an equally important part, our policies. As with SAP's vision of making the world run better and improving people's lives, this vision starts with how we treat our employees. SAP's employee value proposition is captured in our tagline: bring everything you are, become everything you want. At SAP, we want to become the most inclusive workplace in the world, a business where everyone belongs, where our human differences are celebrated, and where we thrive in a culture that empowers each of us to help run the world better and improve people's lives. We ensure our benefit offerings are highly inclusive, aim to serve different demographics and their needs to support health and wellness. SAP places great importance to family and focus on promoting a healthy family-career balance. We believe in the shared parenthood of both sexes and recognize how we as a company can actively support our employees in their parenthood journey. At SAP, we've proactively launched a holistic offering of parental benefits across the region and introduced the Back to Work program to welcome women who took a career break back into the workforce. Our holistic offerings of benefits in Singapore that enhance the employee experience. Family care leave that extends to taking care of parents, children, and even pets. A 4-week phased integration back to support female employees who return from full-term maternity leave to slowly transition back to full-time working mothers. The flexible benefit program, where employees are given flex points and have the flexibility to choose their level of medical and insurance benefits based on their personal and family needs. Any excess points that can reimburse against more than 250 different items, which include personal development, leisure activities such as overseas travel. We also have the mental health day off, mental health leave. We provide study sponsorship policy to support further education aligned to supporting long-term success in the company, which many of our employees benefit from. In summary, SAP is leading the way by providing an amazing employee experiences via our people and culture, technology, and policies. So if you are curious to know more about us and learn what we do check in our corporate portal. Enjoy the festival.
So in the next 20 minutes, I'll actually be sharing what is WSG's career conversion programs all about and how it can benefit job seekers and employers. After that, I will actually be doing an interview with two very special guests that we have here today. I will introduce them later. They will be able to share their personal experiences relating to one of WSG's career conversion programs. Finally, I will end off with telling you how to sign up for this program if you are interested in it. So like I said, I'm from Workforce Singapore, and at WSG, we actually aim to help job seekers and employers remain competitive, develop a local talent pipeline to support industry growth, as well as match the right people to the right jobs. So this program called the Career Conversion Program is actually a program by WSG that helps to support employers in reskilling mid-careers to take on and meet their business needs with attractive funding support. So how this works is that if you are an employer and you actually newly hire a Singapore citizen or a permanent resident, or it could also be an existing employee who you want to redeploy or reskill, you could put them on board the career conversion program, and they'll usually go through the program duration, which is about 3 to 6 months. They will actually go through on-the-job training and structured facilitated training, which is optional. So after the end of this program, they would usually be a job-ready talent. This program is actually open to all locally registered companies, but as for the eligibility criteria of the person that you will be hiring, they would need to meet the criteria of being a Singapore citizen or permanent resident, a minimum 21 years old. They must also have graduated or completed their national service for at least 2 years prior to coming on board this program, and they must not have had prior work experience in that job role, since there must, after all, be an element of career conversion. So just now I actually mentioned attractive funding support. So how attractive is attractive? We actually support salary of up to 70% monthly, capped at $4,000 a month. But if you actually hire someone who was long-term unemployed, meaning someone who was not employed for the last 6 months or more, or a mature Singapore citizen, meaning someone who is 40 years and above, the salary support rates actually go up all the way to 90%, capped at $6,000 a month. Just now, I also mentioned that structured facilitated training, meaning training like classroom training or courses that you might put the person on, is actually optional. But should you actually choose to put the person on board this structured facilitated training, you would actually tap on agencies' funding support that's already existing in Singapore's continuing education and training landscape. So we have agencies like SSG or IMDA who are already providing funding support for some courses out there. So this program has actually seen quite a bit of success since its inception in 2016. We've actually placed 39,000 locals in our program since 2016, which averages about 5,000 locals per year. In fact, 90% of the placed candidates actually continue to remain employed with that company even after 18 months. I guess it's because they actually do value the training that the employer has invested in them. So we actually do see quite good retention outcomes. And if you see on this list, it seems very overwhelming, but actually what I'm just trying to show here is an example of the few of the CCPs that WSG actually offers. We actually offer WSG CCPs across a wide range of job roles to meet various business needs. So these are usually job roles that have actually good prospects and good opportunities for progression. We have CCPs that cover tech roles, for example, things like innovation manager, data analyst, full stack web developer or software engineer, and also covering non-tech roles, for example, human resource, human capital professionals, accounting professionals, sales, marketing, advertising, operations, business development. So a wide range of job roles to meet different business needs. Should you be interested in any of these programs, later on I will flash a link to show you how you can find out more about each individual program, or you can also approach me at the end of the session to find out more. So, without further ado, I will actually be inviting our two guest speakers for today, who will be sharing with us their personal experiences relating to WSG CCP for digital advertising and marketing professionals. Benjamin and Christopher, will you join me on stage, please? So, today I have here with me Benjamin, the head of Landing Pod. He's actually from a fintech company who hired a mid-careerist last November under the CCP for digital advertising and marketing professionals.
Hi, Samantha. Hello.
Yeah, and then we have Christopher, who is actually the manager, talent development of the Association of Advertising and Marketing Singapore, the program manager for that CCP. Thank you both for joining us here today.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you, everyone, for attending our talk.
Okay, so our first question to you. Could you just introduce yourself and let us know more about you, yourself and your company?
Sure, thanks, Samantha, and thanks for having us. So my name is Ben, and I head up a fintech called Landing Pod. We're part of the Philips group of companies, and what we do is primarily we are an aggregator for alternative lending for SMEs and individuals. So you can see there are a lot of fintech companies here providing SME lending and also individual lending, right? And it's a very, very complicated landscape. So what we do is that we aggregate these lenders and we provide a one-stop application for both individuals and SMEs.
I see. And Christopher, yourself?
Yes, hi. My name is Christopher. I help run talent development at the Association of Advertising and Marketing Singapore, or AAMS. AAMS is the trade association representing the ad marcom sector and also media owners and communications industry. And under talent development, we run various training courses at various levels. And since 2017, we are very privileged and we have the pleasure of running one of our lodestone programs, which is the career conversion program for digital advertising and marketing professionals with WSG. So today, we just revamped our CCP format. We was just launched in August, a couple of months ago. And so today we are very pleased to share the format with all the interested companies who are here at the FinTech Festival.
Thanks, Christopher. So, Benjamin, your company actually hired a mid-careerist last year under the CCP for digital advertising and marketing professionals. Could you let us know how you found out about WSG CCPs?
So we are very proud to have managed to build our platform over the past 2 years. And this year, we want to really market it and bring it up to market, which is why we actually consulted ESG if there were any grants available for us to tap on when we actually brought in our new marketing executive. And I think a huge shout out for our ESG business consultants, which actually recommended us this CCP program, which we managed to tap on.
I see. And Christopher, as program manager of one of WSG CCPs, why do you think employers should tap on our career conversion programs?
Yeah, well, there are quite a few factors. As Samantha shared earlier, there's a very attractive salary support grant rates for your company. At the risk of sounding uber transactional, our salary support grants will help you defray your manpower costs in the current economic ecosystem of rising costs. And it will also help companies tap on alternative pool of talent to fill up your digital, for companies that wish to upskill or scale up their digital marketing and advertising capabilities, to consider mid-career professionals who have had no prior digital marketing and advertising experience, or also consider returning workers, for example, mothers who've been on long-term maternity leave returning to the workforce. And as Samantha said also, trainees who go through our program, they usually stay with the company for at least 1 year or beyond. So companies should try and use our CCP as a pipeline to not just train and also retain talent. So we hope that more companies will express interest in our CCP. Yeah.
Thanks, Christopher. And how do companies go about finding mid-careerists to hire under your program?
Well, there are several ways. There's no one-size-fits-all format. Of course, for companies, if you wish to, through your own recruitment channels, like for example for job sites or on the company's own websites, you can recruit employees that way and then send them to us. Or AMS has we run a jobs database for job seekers who have had no prior digital marketing and advertising experience, who wish to enter the digital advertising sector and who wish to enroll in our CCP also. Companies can express to us interest, and we will send the resumes to the companies, and we will send the resumes to you, and the companies can conduct their employee search.
Thanks for that. Back to Benjamin. Could you share with us what is Lina's current role in your company?
So Lina is currently a marketing executive. We hired her to primarily handle all our digital marketing needs. At the same time, she was also in charge of actually launching our new website for our new product. I think she has been a really wonderful help to our company, especially for a new startup, right? When we are approaching a new market, she managed to help us to launch our new products.
Sounds great. As Lina's manager, what was your experience like in hiring and training up a mid-careerist who didn't have experience in that particular field?
I think we're really blessed to have her. We're really fortunate. I think as what I think Chris mentioned is really that the candidates that come on board, they are really earnest and they really want to upskill themselves and develop, and that's what we really saw in Lina. She really focused a lot on developmental growth. So even though she had no experience prior, she actually took her courses very seriously and actually took up many independent projects. She actually came back to me a couple of times that she learned this new marketing tactic from TikTok and from Google, and she wants to experiment. So I think that desire for growth is something that makes the whole experience way more fruitful. And I think that's the kind of candidate that CCP generally brings.
Wow, sounds great. What do you feel were the benefits of tapping onto WSG CCPs?
I mean, firstly, definitely the attractive grant support, right? And of course, the very, very basic fundamental training that was provided to her. Even though she had no prior training, I think that fundamental basics helped her start off with some basic skills. And then at the same time, she also managed to network with other marketers in other industries as well to see what they were doing. I think that network allow her to actually pick up best practices. So I think overall, I think that's the whole program that actually allowed her to do her job well.
Wow, okay. I just have one last question for the both of you. What advice would you both give companies and job seekers who are looking to tap onto WSG CCPs?
I think for employers, it's important to note that the person that you're hiring has no prior experience. They have that earnestness, so we need to give them the room and patience to grow. Also, we can't just stop at the classroom training that CCP actually provides. And we need to continue to invest in the individual for the person's growth. So I think for Lina, even though after she had her own structured training, we also allow her to work and manage an ad agency. And there she actually managed to pick up skill sets that other professionals actually do. And hopefully one day she can actually run the ads her own. So I think having that patience and having that room for them to grow is important.
And Christopher, yourself?
Yeah, just to tap on what Ben very eloquently mentioned just now about the employees' mindsets, to be earnest and to be very open-minded to learning new skills, learning new industry best practices, and see it as fun. I mean, digital marketing is a very new field. It's a very dynamic field. It changes every day. At the start of the year, I think no one knew what was metaverse. So things are always changing. So be earnest. Always look forward to learning new things. And you're never too young or never too old to learn digital marketing. I can assure you of that. Earlier this year, in the Singapore budget speech, Finance Minister Lawrence Wong brought up one of our CCP success stories. And he's a very distinguished gentleman of a certain age. If you go to YouTube, YouTube Singapore budget speech 2022. The timestamp is 41 minutes exactly. That's when Finance Minister Lawrence Wong brings up our CCP success story. His name is Mr. Mano. So be earnest, look forward to it. Digital marketing and advertising can be fun. Look forward to embrace the challenge. Yeah, and we hope to receive companies' interest today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin and Christopher.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so after hearing this very insightful sharing, I hope all of you are very excited to participate in our career conversion programs. So if you are interested, just scan this very huge QR code over here. You'll be directed to a full list of WSG's career conversion programs on our website. So, if you are an employer, you can actually find the contact of the program partner of the CCP that you are interested in and directly contact them. Whereas, if you are a job seeker, you can actually just directly apply for the CCP that you are interested in on the website. Yeah, so thanks so much for your attention, everyone. The three of us will still continue to hang around this booth after this sharing session. So just feel free to come and talk to us if you have any queries or are interested in any of these career conversion programs. We'll be very happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Thanks for being here at the Talent Pavilion. So today we are going to have a session talking about strengthening human capital in the fintech sector. So some of the things we are talking about is what are we seeing from a manpower perspective, from a talent perspective in the fintech sector today. How do actually interested individuals get to enter the industry, and also what companies are actually doing to help individuals interested in this space. So I'm Vicky, I'm from JP Morgan and heading up business architecture for Onyx Coin Systems. Previously I was from the MAS and BIS Innovation Hub and was working on central bank digital currencies through Project Ubin and Project Damba. So excited to be here today, with everyone. So I just wanted to share that, I've usually for such sessions I prepare a lot, really because there are two types of sessions that I'm most concerned about. One was when Roy actually got me to do a presentation to like 30 of the CEOs of the largest banks in the world. But the other is really when, it's talking to on this topic of talent. Because usually if I do a panel, if I say something wrong, the worst that happens is I get bashed after the session. But when we are talking about talent, if I were to give some wrong information, it might actually affect your career choice. So I thought that this is really a very important conversation, especially for people who are interested in entering the space, whether you are students looking to start a career in fintech, or you are mid-career professional looking to pivot into the sector. So we have a really good lineup of speakers on our panel today. I'll just briefly introduce them in a very casual way. Karine is the CEO of E2I, which is the Employment and Employability Institute. It's a unit of the NTUC, the labor union, not the supermarket as we commonly think about. Karine have had a long and illustrious career working on manpower development and brings a wealth of experience to the panel. We also have two fintech companies here from the payment space that many of you will be familiar with. If not, you should definitely be looking at their offerings as you start to plan for your year-end travel. So the first is Yogesh. He's the head of the consumer business at Nium. You may know Nium better by his previous name, Instagram, what you see on his shirt over there. I use their Amaze card a lot when I'm traveling as the FX spreads are really good. As a consumer, I'm truly impressed by how their innovation in cross-border payments have benefited me, personally. And then I'll just skip to Eliza first, just to continue with this theme of cross-border payments. Eliza is the APAC People Operations Lead at Wise. Again, you might know them better by their earlier name of TransferWise. It was one of the first fintech companies that figured out a better and cheaper way of making small value cross-border payments. They have significantly brought down FX rates and have made a huge impact on cross-border payments. And we have Roy over here. Roy is a good friend and ex-colleague. He heads up the industry development, technology and innovation at Sports Singapore. So we are ex-colleagues at MAS, and he was instrumental in bringing about, what you are seeing here today, the Singapore FinTech Festival that you are seeing today. He's familiar not just with FinTech, but also with legal tech and now sports tech, as you can see from his attire, and brings really a lot of personal perspective to this discussion that we are going to have today. Yeah, so really happy that, we have such a good panel coming together to talk about this very important topic. So, one of the things that I really want to start off with is trying to help everyone understand what is the issue that we are facing with fintech talent today. And I'll start off with you, Eliza. So as a HR professional, what is the situation that you are facing on the ground today? Do you face difficulties in finding the right talent within this fintech space?
Yeah, thank you. So companies like us are actually very attractive to candidates who are purpose-driven. So if you are someone who wants to be part of something bigger that has a purpose, then Wise may be a company that will be a fit. At Wise, you actually get the opportunity for you to be part of building the business, create a change and make an impact to our customers. And that's normally made possible because we encourage our Wisers, that's how we call our employees, we call them Wisers, to do side-by-sides with different teams, and at the same time, really spend the time to understand what the customers need. At Wise, we also work in a very autonomous environment, and what that means is no one is really there telling you what to do, right? So yes, we have leads, but the leads are there to empower you, to guide you, to challenge you, and to mentor you, but they're not there to, tell you exactly how to do your job. So when we talk about challenges, I can think of two things. So I think most of the people, or like most HR professionals, will actually agree with me that the talent pool in Singapore is quite finite. right? So companies like us, especially those in the same sector, are actually fighting for the same talent out there. And the other thing that I could think about is also hiring across all levels. That's just because we have very different expectations compared to other organizations out there. I can give you an example. So say when we say we want to hire for a senior engineering lead, in most organizations out there, once you get to a certain management level, there's not really much expectation for you to do any coding at all. But at WISE, regardless of your management level, regardless of whether you are leading people, there is still some expectation for you to code from time to time. And unfortunately, in most organizations out there, that's just not the expectation. So I think that's where we really struggle.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Eliza. So what I'm hearing is really, from a fintech company perspective, you guys are actually doing a lot in terms of getting talent into the space. But actually, from an overall numbers perspective, what we're seeing is that there is actually not such a big talent pool within, or there's an insufficient talent pool within Singapore. So maybe I'll turn over towards Corinne. NTUC has been playing a key role in strengthening human capital in Singapore. So I guess you guys are very familiar, with also from a numbers perspective, also from a broader perspective. So what are you actually seeing from a larger manpower perspective, not just in fintech, but also in technology more broadly?
Okay, as most of you would be aware, Singapore is facing a declined birth rate. Right, so basically manpower is constrained across all industries, not just in fintech, but in many other industries as well. And that's the reason why we need to do things a bit more productively, so that we'll be able to manage within our manpower constraints. But I think the fintech sector faces a bit of more of a challenge, because you're actually looking for very skilled manpower, right? You're looking for manpower, and it's not just the fintech industry that's competing for the same manpower. As we digitalize, actually every industry is looking for the same tech talent. And because every industry is looking for the same tech talent, you actually face even tighter manpower constraint. And I think another challenge is that a lot of the fintech sectors are very small. A lot of the companies are very small, they're SMEs, they're growing, they are very new in the industry, and that makes it even harder to find manpower. So I think those are the challenges that the fintech sector faces today. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Corinne. So one of the things I'm hearing is really that there's a lot of niche skill sets that are required within the fintech space. There's always this need to find someone that fits the bill very well. So it must be, I'm sure it must be very difficult to find a 100% match. So maybe I'll turn over to Yogesh. So within your area of work, do you face a similar experience? Is it very difficult to find a perfect match for what you are looking at, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so if you look at it for us at NIAM and at Insterim, I think various skill sets that we require are a lot of developers, front-end developers, product managers. These are really tough to find in a limited skill pool, right? Singapore. And as mentioned earlier in the panel, it is also very difficult because we are competing with everybody. Because of COVID, everybody is digitized. Even the smallest player is digital now, and anything related to front end, I think the costs have just becoming more and more prohibitive. So that's something that we are seeing. But the more important part is that on the flip side, on the sales and the front end selling kind of roles and the marketing roles, there's still deep talent here. So that's something that you find and you can kind of get. But when it comes to special technical skills, especially around developing applications and building anything related to coding, then the pool is limited and it is expensive. Yeah.
Well, I guess expensive is also a good thing for our.
It is.
Yes, for people over here looking to enter the sector. Yeah, and actually I just want to ask Roy as well. You were at MAS for many years, and now also have experience across a few different sectors. So do you think this concern issue around manpower, is it specific to fintech or is it more broadly tech?
So I moved from fintech to legal tech and then right now to sport tech. if you guys say that fintech is difficult to get talent, wait till you go to sport tech. First of all, fintech pays amazingly well. Okay, so if you are thinking about going to fintech, you got the right choice. But think about sport tech too. Since now I'm with Sport SG, it's tough because technology, right, is not just specific to any industry. It is skills that it is transferable to almost all industry. All you need is that little push. Those who are successful in the fintech industry, most of them are not from the financial industry to start with, right? I don't know how many of you here are from the financial industry. Most people I know who were successful or who are successful in fintech industry were not from the financial industry. They are from the technology industry. And this is where I think, fortunate if you're interested in this area, there is a lot of opportunity. Unfortunate for a lot of us who are looking for talent, we are shortage of talent, which is why we have all our other agencies like E2I, a lot of other government agencies, government schemes. You heard from WSG earlier on how we are trying to grow the talent in Singapore. So it is not something unique to fintech, it's worse somewhere else.
Thanks, Roy. So let's get down into a bit more details. We also want to help our audience over here understand how they can actually, enter the fintech space really from an individual perspective. So maybe just an open question to all. What does it actually take to enter the fintech sector? Is it easy to switch from a related sector? Is it a rewarding switch to switch into fintech?
So if I can take that, I think there are a lot of transferable skills from other sectors, right? Especially if you look at things like product or marketing or sales, there are a lot of transferable skills. Even if you look at engineering, like people who've done coding in different industries can move to fintech. So that's not I would say a barrier. But the big thing that you have to look out for is that we are a regulated industry and regulations are important to us, right? And we live and die by regulations, right? So it is very important for us to kind of get people with a mindset who want to break things, but break them within limits, right? So that's kind of the difference. So we look out for that, we look at entrepreneurial bent of mind. We look at people who are go-getters, who really want high energy levels, but at the same time we are looking at people who also think about compliance.
Thanks, Yogesh. Actually, Roy, I just wanted to ask you, what's our fintech slogan again?
Start small, dream big, move fast.
Oh, I thought there was once about something about break things and move fast also.
You just break anything except for the regulations, yeah.
Thanks, Roy. And Eliza, again, trying to tap on your HR professional views as well. So how can someone pivot into fintech? What are some of the key skills that are required to do that?
That's a really, really good question. I think, first off, it's very important that you are product-centric. And when I say product-centric, really take the time to really understand what we're doing, why we're doing what we're doing, and who are we doing it for, right? So for WISE, our customers comes first. So our customers are in the heart in everything that we do. That's best described by one of our values, which is customer team ego. And what that means is actually our customer's voice is the loudest. We are here because of our customers. We're here to serve our customers. You leave your ego last. It's by the door. Once you come in WISE, ego comes last. The next one that I would want to share is you need to be very curious, stay curious, and don't just limit yourself with your own job description. Going back to what I just shared, where we encourage our wisers to do side-by-sides with other teams, the expectation is you don't just limit yourself with your own role, you take the time to actually spend time with other teams, understand what they're doing, because by doing that, that's then giving you the idea of how the business operates. And lastly, I think it's very important that we ask for feedback. So at WISE, we've got a very strong feedback culture. And that's something that we encourage all of our wisers to do, like ask for feedback, seek for feedback, because we believe that feedback is the fastest and the easiest way for you to learn and to grow.
Thanks, Eliza. So that sounds actually quite general, actually. But one of the grumblings I hear from people sometimes is that, when companies are looking for people, they're actually looking for people with very specific experiences within the sector itself, and that's one of the reasons why it can be quite difficult to enter the space. So maybe I'll turn towards Yogesh now. How do you actually make your hiring decisions? How do you decide who to hire? Is experience within the sector very critical to hiring someone, or do you look much more beyond that?
Yeah, so as I said, I think experience helps, but having said that, I think the critical thing is, do you have the entrepreneurial ability? Do you have the ability to get things done, right? Do you have the ability to kind of move fast, also fail fast, right? And learn and move ahead, right? So these are things that we look for. Curiosity is a very important thing. In fintech in general, I think if you're not curious, if you're not asking the questions, if you're just taking status quo, it's not going to work, right? So that's one thing that we look for. One of the things that we are trying to encourage, and one of the things that our founder has kind of looked at, is that how do we kind of make our employees entrepreneurs, right? There was a PayPal mafia. I'm ex-PayPal. There's a Citi group of people who have been there. I'm just saying that we're trying to see that people get out of NIAM and set up their own companies. And we as a leadership team invest into their companies and grow them further. So that's something that we are looking for. We are looking for creating entrepreneurs who will create the next Wise, the next NIAM, the next big company that comes across. So that's something that we are building in our culture, and we're looking for people with that grain.
Thanks, and I think this is really good advice for the audience, because from what I'm hearing from both of you, it's really about having that go-getter attitude, being really going out there and being able to achieve big things. And I guess again that goes back to this whole fintech slogan that we have, about moving fast, dreaming big. I guess it's something that is not just about fintech companies, but really about fintech talent in general as well. And yes,
maybe can I just add? I think it's generally. People just need to be passionate about what they do, right? Once you are passionate, you naturally become curious, you naturally become a little bit more humble in the way you do things. And I think being passionate about, I hate to do this, but I'm going to steal this from STB slogan, passion made possible, right? As long as you're passionate about certain things, you will push yourself further, you will make yourself do what you normally would not do, climb the highest mountain in the world, etc., etc. So those are the things that I think it has to come from inside. But what the companies can then do is to provide that environment for the passion to grow into something useful. And I think a lot of fintech companies are doing so. Right now, a lot of sport tech companies are doing so. I was just a quick one. From financial services, we wear suit. To fintech, you wear t-shirt and jeans. In sport tech, you wear t-shirt and shorts.
That's a good selling point, yeah.
Yeah, nice one, right? So actually, I just want to, get more of your advice from you, really, for our audience as well. So you have moved very successfully across very different fields, like what you mentioned, fintech, legal tech, sports tech. What is your advice to mid-career professionals looking to make a career switch?
I think it still goes back to the point about knowing what you want to do in life, but that is very difficult because I didn't know what I want to do in life even 2 years ago. So sport industry wasn't really where I thought I would end up with. I started with technology. I'm a coder to start with, and then I went into financial industry, which I totally have no idea what I was doing. And then I went into a regulator role and eventually a market development role. So I changed quite a fair bit within just the first 20 years of my career. And basically you just take whatever challenges that you get and then just do the best you can. I think that's the important point. For me, everything that is new is challenging. Take it to your stride and see how you can work better. If you don't know, learn. There's a lot of courses offered by our various government agencies. NTUC has a lot of courses, so make sure that you are one of the union members if you're not. Otherwise, and they offer very low price courses, and that's what we encourage our industry to do so as well. Karine, anything to add?
So if I may, if you're a job seeker, great passion but really no direction, or you think you like this but not sure what skills to come, go to E2I, come and meet our career coaches, right? And they will help you explore what are the different skill sets that are needed, what are the different career options that are out there. And they'll be able to help you narrow down, they'll be able to help you know what skills you need to upgrade into, they will be able to put you onto a CCP, a career conversion program. And I think to the employers out there, I think you need to be prepared also that actually when it comes to passion, our mid-career folks are the ones with great passion because they have come some way in their journey, in their careers, and now they know exactly what they want to do in life, right? So do be open to also employing the people without the 100% skill sets, 80%, 70%, and then train them for the rest of it. And E2I will be able to help you if you need to help them with skills top up. Just come to talk to us as well. We can give you training funds and funding to bridge their salary support in the meantime as well. Yeah.
Yeah, in short, don't let what you know today restrict what you can do tomorrow.
Thanks, Roy and Karine. Anyway, so usually as a moderator, I'm just supposed to be asking questions, but seems like Roy has taken over the job today. So I'm going to start sharing a story myself as well. So really, because Roy brought up this thing about this idea about passion, I just wanted to share a story of, when I was at MES, that was quite a few years back. So for FinTech Festival...
Oh my God, isn't it last year?
No, this story is from a few years back. Yeah, so there was this, we just had this crazy idea that we said, okay, let's put Singapore FinTech Festival on New York's Times Square. And I knew next to nothing about getting it done. I just got this, one of my bosses, my big boss came and said, okay, let's do this. And then I was like, okay, I don't really know how to do it, but I'm really passionate about doing it because it sounds like a great idea. It sounds like something that we'll all be proud of as Singaporeans. So Roy actually was sort of like a mentor back then. He taught me, he helped me understood, a lot of things about how such advertising work, how we actually work with different partners. And through that whole experience, we actually got the Singapore FinTech Festival up on one of the biggest billboard on the New York Times Square. And to me, that's really a good, this whole idea of passion, sometimes it's very hard to describe. But sometimes when you really feel for it, it could be a big project that you are doing. I mean, in my example, it was Project Ubin, but it could be one of the side projects like this where we are like, okay, I think it's a good idea. I think let's work on it. And we actually worked on it and got it done. And that is one of those things I really like about being in the fintech space because everyone is just so passionate about what we are doing. Back to Instagram, back to Wise, about bringing transaction costs down. That's something that we have all done as an industry and something that we should be really proud of. Yeah. Anyway, just a short interject of sharing, and I'm going to go back to my moderating role again. Yeah, so, we talk about the individual's perspective of, how to enter the field, but I'm also trying to understand from a company's perspective, from a more systemic government level perspective, how are we actually helping to bridge this talent gap? So, this question goes to Karine. So, from what we've been talking about, it sounds a lot like training, upskilling is quite key to pivoting into the industry. What do you see as the role of government, labor unions in bridging this talent gap? And also not just that, what about the role of private companies within the space as well? How do we actually solve this problem together?
Okay, I think it really takes the different partners to come together to make this successful, right? So the government has set out the job transformation map for both IT as well as finance, as well as the ITMs for this industry. Fintech's a bit unique in the sense that it's not quite IT, it's not quite finance, it's a mishmash of the both. But actually that's where the associations come in. Singapore Fintech Association, Blockchain Association, for them to now look at these two skill sets, bring the companies together and say, actually, what is it for our industry? What is the way forward? What are the skills that need to be mapped going forward? And knowing the skills, then we can then train the workers to make sure that, all of us employees will know exactly how are we going to have the skills, what skill sets do we need to be able to seize the opportunities of the future, right? For companies, I encourage you to come on board our company training committees. Company training committees are committees formed with both the companies as well as your worker reps. And the reason why this is important is because the CTCs help you plan your company's transformation in the next 5, in the next 10 years, right? We have a very organized way of doing obstacle road mapping for the companies. And when you have your vision for 5 to 10 years, you can then see actually what are the skill sets I need in the next 5 to 10 years. And then you can get your workers to train so that in the next 5 to 10 years, their skills are not going to be obsolete. They're not going to have the skills of today. They're going to have the skills of tomorrow. And that's going to make them, and being on the company training committee means they're vested in it. They plan with the company, they grow with the company, and then that brings a lot more ownership and a lot more staying power for these workers as well, right? And for workers, I think all of us continuously need to upgrade our skills. Tech is moving really, really, really fast, right? If you're only looking at the job of today, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if your tech company, unfortunately has to leave the country or whatever, you're going to find that your skills have become obsolete, right? And that's why continuous training, not just for the skills of today, but skills of tomorrow is very important. So if any of you need a bit more advice on what are the skills that are needed, do come and approach the E2I folks. If you're interested in finding out more about company training committees, do approach E2I or NTUC, and we'll all be able to work with you towards the transformation of your companies, towards the transformation of your workforce. Yeah.
Thanks, Corinne. So, you mentioned a lot about what companies ought to also be doing, to help support workers. So I'm going to turn back towards Eliza and Yogesh again. So what is actually your view on how the government and labor unions are doing in this space? What else do you think they should be doing? And would you or are you already participating in some of these programs by the different agencies?
I can answer. So I think the government has really quite a comprehensive training programs out there when we talk about people who wanted to make the switch, right, from one sector to another. Where we would want to see more is actually for more training programs for people who are already in the sector or are starting in the sector who wants to expand their knowledge. Because at the moment there's very limited trainings for that. Why we think that way is because majority of our WISERs who start, they start as customer support agents or maybe payment operations specialists who would want to maybe become, I want to become a product manager or I want to become a software developer. But the trainings for that is very limited. We were able to tap into training programs from IBF by the grants extended by MAS, so maybe you were familiar with that. But those were trainings mostly for compliance-related trainings for AML, KYC, and compliance. But yeah, so that's my thought.
I think one of the more interesting program, and I think there was a panel talking about it earlier, was the mid-career program, especially for internships, as well as new internships during when COVID started and stuff like that. I think few of the best hires we've had are from that program. So we are really happy that program is kind of renewing, or we are going on getting more people through it. We of course would like to do more of that. And the other thing that we do is that we do a lot of internship programs with local colleges, right? And we find them very, very useful. But if that could be formalized a bit with the government, I think it will be, because it's all individual effort, right? Somebody from my team going and talking to the colleges, getting it done. But if there's a formal program, I think these internships are really useful. Like every intern who's gone out from after working with NIAM or Instagram has gone with an experience, and some of them were even in the first or second year of the college were ready for work. So which is something very, very important, right? When you're getting out of college, are you ready for work? Right? And that is something that we found that these programs give. So some more help on that would be great. But what you've done so far is also brilliant. So thanks.
Thanks, Yogesh and Eliza. So I think internship is really helpful. And Roy, I just saw you posted on Facebook the other day about one of your interns who's actually with us here at the booth. You want to maybe share something about the story?
Brian, who spoke yesterday here, he was one of our interns when we first started the FinTech Festival in 2016. Now, by the way, I want to say something also. In order to make somebody or something grow, one way, this may sound very boomer, but one way to make it happen is to make the person hungry. Right? So the reason why you see FinTech Festival today is because we were given $0 to build this festival. Up to today, we are still given $0 budget. So this is how, if you're hungry, you will find ways to do it. Anyway, so the intern was with us 2016. We didn't make him hungry. We feed him quite well. You can see from his size, he's still quite well fed. And we saw him grow from 2016 till now, and eventually now he's with the Singapore FinTech Association Youth chapter. I'm very proud of him, and that's how I think if somebody is interested in the industry, they will naturally, and be passionate about it, they will naturally grow very well in the industry. And I think that's what is important.
Thanks, Roy. And I think it's not just Brian, but quite a few of the interns that we took up when we were at MAS, they actually went on or continue on within the space as well. Angeline is another example. She's over here now, a student as a PM helping to run some of the events over here. And I think that's also one of these, I guess it's also the passion in the space as well. There's just this energy that is really hard to describe. People who have been involved in FinTech somehow just get so excited about the space. They just continue being with us, throughout the years, doing all these different projects. And I think that really speaks a lot to that whole energy within the space.
Vicky, if I can, I just want to add on a little bit about the support from the public sector. I think besides what they have already mentioned, the government generally comes in when we need to intervene, right? If the market can operate on its own, there's no need for us to come in. And obviously we know that there's imbalance in this area, there's lack of resources, there's lack of manpower, and this is why we, as a government, there's a whole slew of initiatives that is being rolled out, both to the employers, which then E2I come into play, as well as to the employees, which other chapters within NTUC come into play as well. You can see that from courses that they offer, from grants that they give, whether you have UTAP, which is the NTUC version of the $250 per year, or you have the Skills Future, which is the $500 a year. These are grants that are given to individuals to help to upskill themselves. Now, because in technology is quite a wide spectrum, it's very hard to then draw a career path for a particular role within FinTech, which is why the way to do it is really look at the various skill set, look at the various courses, let the individual determine what they want to pursue in, and then use the grants that provided by the government to then get learn what they want to learn, and then go into the role they want to go into. So in terms of guidance, they can either seek IBF guidance, or a more generic way is to go to E2I to seek guidance as well.
So what I'm hearing is really that the government does provide quite a sizable support for people who are looking at upskilling themselves. But actually the onus is really still on the individuals itself, yourself. If you are interested in the space, you have to try to understand what is it, what jobs that you are looking at, what are some of the skills that you require to take on those jobs, and then really looking for courses, looking for trainings that actually put you in a better position to take up those roles. I saw that we only have a couple of minutes left, so maybe just wanted to go around the panel. Just any last thoughts? What are some of your advice to anyone looking to enter this space? From Eliza? Yeah.
I can start. There's quite a lot of amazing things that has been shared by the panel, but I think I want to go back to the skills that are required for you to be successful. On top of all of the amazing things that have already been shared, don't be afraid to make mistakes. I think that's one really important one. People sometimes they tend to freeze up, or oh my gosh, I can't do this, I can't launch this because X and Y would happen. But really, if we take a pause and we take a step back, what's really the worst that could happen? If we're not going to lose our license, we're fine with the regulators, of course, go ahead, right? We learn by making a mistake, so it's okay. Yeah.
So from my perspective, I think a few things, right? When you're looking at FinTech as a sector, it's a very exciting, interesting, hot sector, right? But my advice to people is don't go for just hot sectors, right? Look at fulfillment, right? Are you changing the world? Are you trying to do something which is going to last beyond you being there. And then the second thing I always advise people coming in is that don't look at the job that you're applying for. Look at your next to next role, right? Always plan ahead, right? Plan about what you want to do. So you join as a customer service representative, think about what do you want to do next. Do you want to stay there and become big? Great. You want to learn something? Talk to customers, talk to people, get the cross-functional exposure and move forward. So these are things that I think are very, very important along with all the stuff that we've said before.
If I could, I would say don't be constrained by your current skill set, right? Follow your passion, and there are many, many things available to help you get to where you want to go.
To write on that, if you can't do fintech, come to sport tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists. Personally, I've actually really learned a lot, through these conversations. Some of the advice you've given to our audience, I'm really going to take them to heart and really look, try to learn from it as well. So again, a big round of applause to our panelists over here. Thank you so much for the session today. And again, thank you to our audience as well for being here. Thank you.